Thank you.
Are there any questions? If none, can we move this to consent agenda? All right, we'll move this to consent agenda. Thank you very much, Superintendent.
Thank you.
Item number 4, City Schools of Decatur.
City Schools of Decatur is also seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. Education for City Schools of Decatur approved their charter system renewal petition on January 1st, 2022. The mission of City Schools of Decatur is to work with and inspire students to develop the ability to learn, think, and inquire through meaningful, motivating, and rewarding experiences supported by highly qualified, caring adults in a safe, supportive, and learning environment. City Schools of Decatur utilizes its flexibility to implement an international baccalaureate program in grades 11 and extend foreign language learning for all students, and for the exploration of the development of a STEM academy. Their charter renewal petition was unanimously approved by the Charter Advisory Committee on April 14, 2023. And if approved, their new contract would begin July 1st, 2023 and expire June 30th, 2028. And we do have the Superintendent, Dr. Maggie Furman, who is in person here with us.
Dr. Furman, thank you so much for being with us today.
She's coming up to speak.
She's here.
There you go.
How are you?
Get in a rhythm, I'm sorry about
It's okay,
that.
no worries.
Nice to see you. Would you care to offer comments regarding?
Just also want to thank the charter system and Lynn Plunkett. They were very instrumental in helping us dig through our data and identify what key practices were working for us, so that we could identify new innovative practices to take us forward in the next 5 years. And we have also found that the flexibility that we're able to use with the charter system contract is helpful for all of our students.
Did I hear on the STEM side, are you exploring
Yep.
the STEM Academy? Is
Yep.
that what you're doing? Terrific. What's your timeline on that?
So we are looking at adding some additional STEM classes at the high school and the middle school this current year, and we've even added STEM classes at our elementary schools.
Terrific. All right. Any questions? All right. Thank you so much. And without objection, we'll move this to the consent agenda. All right. Ms. Taylor, next item, please. Dublin City Schools.
Dublin City Schools, also seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Dublin City Board of Education approved the charter system renewal petition on January 23rd, 2023. The mission of Dublin City Schools is to prepare all students to be effective communicators, problem solvers, and lifelong learners. Dublin City utilizes its flexibility to create its LEAP and STEAM themed schools focused on leadership, environment, and public service, which is their LEAP program or LEAP school, and then science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, their STEAM school. They also utilize it to operate the Heart of Georgia College and Career Academy and to implement the International Baccalaureate program in all grades. Dublin City Schools petition was unanimously approved by the Charter Advisory Committee on April 14th, 2023. And if approved by the board, their new contract would begin July 1st, 2023 and expire June 30th, 2028. Superintendent Dr. Fred Williams is online virtually.
Great. Superintendent Williams, thank you so much for being with us today. Would you care to offer comments relative to Dublin City Schools?
Yes, sir. Good day to everyone. We're excited about being a charter system. I want to thank you for the support that you see. Everyone is there, from Lynn Plunkett and others. Trainings that we have, regional training specific to Dublin City, and then being able to attend the conference and the surge as well. We're excited about what we have with Option B, Accelerated Career, and the things that we have going on for all of our young people here in the Dublin City School System. With us today, we have our school board chairman, John Bell. We have Michelle Thublin, our public relations. We also have Dr. Michael Overstreet, principal of the Career Academy, Christy Thublin, associate superintendent for operations and finance. We have Ms. Katina Puckett from Moore Street School. We have Mr. Ryan Waldrip. He's the director of the president of the Lawrence County and Dublin Economic Development Authority. And so we're excited to hear from them to continue the charter on.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate your entire team being there as well. Thank you for what you do. If there's no further questions, we'll move this to the consent agenda, and congratulations. Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Item number 6 is a charter system renewal for Gainesville City Schools. The Gainesville City Schools Board of Education approved their charter system renewal petition on March 6, 2023. The mission of Gainesville City Schools is to inspire, nurture, challenge, and prepare their youth. The system utilizes its flexibility to support their non-traditional high school, redesign their gifted and talented services, redesign and implement a career pipeline for special education students, and increase student and family supports through community partnerships. The charter system renewal petition was unanimously approved by the Charter Advisory Committee on April 14, 2023, and if approved, the new contract would begin on July 1st, 2023, and expire on June 30th, 2028. We have with us here in person Superintendent Dr. Jeremy Williams.
Dr. Williams?
Good morning.
Love to hear from you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for entertaining us today as far as bringing the motion forward. To Alan, Lynn, and the team, we couldn't be here without the work of them and the work that we do as a state. As one of the initial charter systems in Georgia, it's really interesting to see when we were doing our review to really look back at the innovations over the last 15 years. But more importantly, really kind of question ourselves a little bit is what we're doing innovative. And when we look at it, we realize everything we do in education now, in one way or another, becomes innovative, because it's all about serving the students today and what the needs are. And the needs have changed from 5, 10, 20, and 30 years ago. So as long as we have that at the forefront in Gainesville City Schools and, of course, across the rest of the state of Georgia, then we're doing what needs to be done from an innovative standpoint. So we thank you for taking time to have this morning.
All right, thank you, Dr. Williams. Any questions? All right, without objection, we'll move this to the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Swaney, I could ask everyone to please mute.
If you could online, if you are not currently speaking, please mute. Thank you. Ms. Taylor, we'll move on to item number 7, Haralson County Schools.
Haralson County Schools seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Haralson County Board of Education approved the system's renewal petition on November 11, 2022. The mission of Haralson County Schools is to produce high-achieving students who will graduate and become productive and responsible citizens. The system utilizes its flexibility to increase collaboration with post-secondary, business, and community partners. They use it to reopen their night school to provide additional opportunities for students to earn course credits, to establish a Grow Your Own initiative that prepares future educators by utilizing their on-site STEM pre-K class, and developing an industrial maintenance pathway aligned with the employment skills and needs of the community. Haralson County Charter System Renewal Petition was unanimously approved by the Charter Advisory Committee on April 14, 2023, and their new contract would begin July 1st, 2023, and expire on June 30th, 2028.
Fantastic. And is there a representative here?
Yes, we have the superintendent, Dr. Jerry Bell, and team that are with us virtually.
Fantastic. Superintendent Bell, thank you so much for being with us today. Would you care to offer comments relative to Haralson County Schools?
You appear to be muted,
You may.
Superintendent.
Unfortunately, we are not able to hear you. We can see you. You look great.
Just tell me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
We're going to presume that you're speaking favorably about your schools. Give you a minute. No, I'm sorry, we still are unable to hear you. Tell you what, we'll come back to you. We're going to move on with the agenda. If you'd like to stay on the line and work on the audio, see if you can get that working. We'd still love to hear from you, okay? But without objection, can we move this to the consent agenda? All right, thank you. And then we'll come back and then we'll have comments from Superintendent Bell. Ms. Taylor, if you could move on to number 8, Marietta City Schools.
Marietta City Schools is seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Marietta City Board of Education approved the district's charter system renewal petition on March 14, 2023. The mission of Marietta City Schools is to prepare each student to maximize career, college, and life opportunities in partnership with families and the community. The system utilizes its flexibility to support its college and career academy, to consolidate federal funds for maximum impact, and to expand its Marietta Student Life Center beyond the high school to provide whole child services to students throughout the kindergarten through 12th grade spectrum. Marietta City's charter system renewal petition was unanimously approved by the Charter Advisory Committee on April 14, 2023. And if approved by this board, the new contract would begin July 1st, 2023 and expire June 30th, 2028. We have on hand from Marietta City Schools, Dr. Brittany Bridges, Executive Director of Innovative Practices, and she's here in person.
Fantastic. Good morning, Doctor. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning, happy to be here. Really just briefly, on behalf of Marietta City Schools, we want to thank the State Board for your continuous support of charter systems because it allows districts the flexibility to better serve students. And I've been fortunate enough to work in charter systems where I've seen that firsthand. So thank you for your support.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Just one. I'm a graduate of Marietta High School, so I have to say thank you for the work you're doing there in Marietta City, and also encourage you to keep an eye on your new board vice chair. My
Yeah.
younger brother, he's probably going to need a little coaching. So, but
Yeah,
no,
I've heard rumors.
we appreciate y'all being here, and thank you for the work you're doing there in Marietta City.
Thank you again for your support.
Fantastic. All right, without objection, we'll move this to the consent agenda. We'll move on to item number 9, Pelham City Schools. Ms. Taylor.
Pelham City Schools, seeking a renewal of its charter system contract. The Pelham City Board of Education approved the renewal petition on October 18, 2022. The mission of Pelham City Schools is to collaborate with parents and the community to inspire and empower students to achieve personal success. The system utilizes its flexibility to establish a locally developed kindergarten through 12th grade agriculture and STEM-focused college and career initiative, expand dual enrollment options for high school students and high school course options for middle school students, and increase the integration of technology by students and staff. The system's renewal petition was unanimously approved by the Charter Advisory Committee on April 14, 2023. And if approved by this board, their new contract would begin July 1st, 2023 and expire on June 30th, 2028. We have with us online Superintendent Dr. Floyd Fort and team.
Fantastic. Superintendent, so nice to see you and hear from you today. We'd love to hear some comments relative to your school.
Yes, sir. Good morning from Southwest Georgia, and I'm honored to be here to represent Pelham City Schools charter system, the system of choice in Southwest Georgia. I have with me this morning our Assistant Superintendent, LaRon Smith, our high school principal, Ms. Sarah Wingate. We really appreciate the opportunity to have had a charter system over the past 5 years, and we're very excited about the opportunity to extend that contract and initiate our K-12 agriculture STEM initiative here in Pelham City Schools. We appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. Are there any questions?
We're not seeing any, and I appreciate you being here today. And without consent, we'll move this to the, without objection, we'll move this to the consent agenda. All right, thank you, Superintendent Ford. All right, Ms. Taylor, we'll move on to number 10, Warren County Schools.
Warren County Schools, seeking a renewal of the charter system contract. The Board of Education for Warren County approved the system's renewal petition on August 9th, 2022. Warren County's mission is for parents and teachers to work together to better the education of the children of Warren County. The system utilizes its flexibility to implement dual enrollment, offer Spanish as a middle school connection option, and to operate the Warren County College and Career Academy. Warren County's renewal petition was unanimously approved by the Charter Advisory Committee on April 14th, 2023. And if approved by this board, their new contract would begin July 1st, 2023 and expire on June 30th, 2028. We do have online Superintendent Dr. Christopher Harris and team.
Good morning, Dr. Harris. Thank you so much for being here. We'd love to hear comments relative to Warren County Schools.
Absolutely. So great to be here and be a part. I echo the other superintendents. I really want to thank Ms. Lynn Plunkett, her team, Mr. Alan Mueller, and all the support they provided. Also on this virtual meeting, we have Ms. Sandy Yelton, the Vice Chair for the Board of Education, Warrenton, as well as Ms. Shauna Andrews, who really led this charge. She's the Executive Director of Policy and Programs. And without our charter, it would have been real difficult for us to continue to provide these experiences for our students, especially being in rural areas. So I thank the State Board of Education for its consideration and glad to be here.
Fantastic. Are there any questions for Dr. Harris? All right, seeing none, Dr. Harris, thank you very much. And without objection, we'll move this to the consent agenda. We have one final item. It's number 11, which is the State Charter Schools Commission approval.
On March 29, 2023, the State Charter Schools Commission met to consider petitions for state charter school renewals. The commission voted to renew a 5-year charter for the School for Arts Infused Learning, SAIL, which will serve students in grades kindergarten through 8 with a statewide attendance zone. Under state law, the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, Section 20-2-2083, the State Board may overrule the Commission's approval of new or renewed state charter schools within 60 days of the Commission's decision upon a majority vote by the State Board members. Rather than leave open for 60 days the question of whether the State Board will overrule the Commission's approval of a new or renewed state charter, the practice of the State Board has been to formally affirm or overrule all new or renewed state charters. We do have on hand Ms. Saron Lockett, General Counsel for the State Charter Schools Commission.
They're here?
Yes.
Okay. Come on. Does anybody have any questions relative to this agenda item?
I do, Mr. Sweeney.
Yes.
Under finances for 21-22 year, it said that it did not meet qualifications. Can you give us some color to that?
Yeah, let me see. Do we have that? Sorry, I have my deputy general counsel who actually handles petitions here, so I'll let her speak to that.
I think they're asking about the finances.
Actually, that is actually does not meet, as I understand it, is specific to a facility financing issue that the school is currently working through. I know our staff has supported them in trying to, what do you call that, to refinance that deal. So it is specific to a facility-related financing issue. Not uncommon with many of our charter schools. Financing has been a large issue that we're trying to figure out how to tackle. But we did not think that the facility-related issue was substantial enough to warrant a change in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
There's no risk. I mean, this is just like one portion of the facility.
Correct. Correct. So financing deals usually impact like one of the major point categories in our financial section of the CPF. And so if you fail there with the debt to income based on the financing situation, that can kind of tank your score. So we consider financing as a whole when we look at our CPF categories, but often because of some of the financing deals that we've seen, if they're not strong, if the terms aren't great, that can be the determining factor that can create a does not meet score in finance. So we consider, again, the holistic financial health of the school, and we take into consideration if there's one single indicator, cumulatively, it may not necessarily mean that the school is doing poor financially, but again, the school is working to refinance that deal, so we're hoping that they'll get in a better financial situation in the future.
What happens if they can't get refinancing?
Well, we reevaluate at that point, but again, because it's one piece of the financial indicator, we just take a cumulative look at that. Also, what we really lean into is whether that situation has an impact on the overall academic performance and operations of the school. So when we look at our three-prong comprehensive performance framework, we try to look to see if that financial situation is going to put the school in a situation where they cannot operate, which has not been the case so far, and whether or not the impact of that has had a negative impact on the academic program, which we haven't seen in this particular case.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? All right, I think that's it, and without objection, can we move this to the consent agenda? Ellen?
No.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And I wanted to return to see if Superintendent Bell is still on.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Superintendent Bell.
Hey, my apologies for that. There's always one, but that would be me. But yeah, we're just appreciative to all those involved. As already been said, Dr. Plunkett, Alan Mueller for our help through this. This has obviously been a process, but one that we found very beneficial to Harrelson County Schools.
Superintendent Bell, you may have somebody in the room. You may have somebody in the room that has another device on. So if anybody else could mute. We're hearing a big.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are we good?
Yes, better.
Okay, yes, we had the phone on plus this, trying to make sure we got it, but obviously Charters has been a great asset to us and the success we've had here in Harrelson, and we're just appreciative for the opportunity that's given, and if this is approved, we will continue to use that flexibility to further our academic success here in Harrelson County, so we appreciate all of you.
All right, Superintendent Bell, thank you, and thank you for your persistence with the audio as well.
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions for Superintendent Bell? All right, we have moved this to our consent agenda for tomorrow, so stay tuned for the vote, and we appreciate you all being here with us today. Are there any other questions or comments before the Charter, District Flexibility and Charter Schools Committee? Quiet bunch today. All right, Mr. Downey, we'll turn it back to you.
I didn't get him excited enough for you, I'm sorry.
Committee meeting is adjourned.
All right, very good, thank you. We have coming up at 10:45 Rules Committee, so we will be recessed until then at 10:45. Vice Chairman DeJarnett will then ask Chairman Petty to commence with rules. So we will see you in 15 minutes. All right. And I will hand it over to Ms. Finna Petty, who is the chair of the Rules Committee. Ms. Petty,
Thank
where's
you.
yours?
Manani. We have 3 items this month on the Rules Committee. Dr. Taylor, the ELA standards.
Item number 1 is a request to adopt the Georgia's K-12 English Language Arts Standards. In August 2019, Governor Kemp and Superintendent Woods announced the review and revision of Georgia's kindergarten through 12th grade mathematics standards and ELA standards and outlined their commitment to the best set of standards for Georgia students. Georgians have been engaged throughout the standards review and revision process through public surveys, in which 14,000 Georgians participated, and through a charge and recommendations by a citizens review committee comprised of students, parents, business and community leaders, and concerned Georgia citizens. More than 300 English language arts educators with varying levels of experience and from every sector of our state worked in grade level teams and engaged in deep discussions, analyzed stakeholder feedback, and provided draft recommendations. The recommended standard revisions were shared with the academic review and citizens review committees for input and feedback. A draft of the English language arts standards were approved to be posted for public review and comment at the State Board of Education's November 2022 meeting. After the closure of that public review and comment period, Superintendent Woods convened additional working groups to review the input received and consider, address, or incorporate feedback provided by Georgia citizens, educators, and stakeholders. The standards were submitted again and posted for public comment at a called meeting of the State Board in March 2023 and have been posted for at least 30 days.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who has worked on this process, our teachers, communities, our teachers, our students, parents, business leaders, to get us to this point today. At this time, I'll open any comments or questions that any of the Rules Committee members may have.
I have a question
Yes, ma'am.
regarding the changes to standards. Were there any organizations that were involved in looking at the different comments that came in to make sure that they were implemented, just to have another set of eyes, neutral eyes, than the department on it, to make sure that the alignments were made, and also that the different gaps that a lot of the working groups that I was a part of, they were talking about, and the RISAs were talking about different alignments that were not there, like linear alignments and the progression in different grade bands. I just want to know who was involved in the final culmination of the standards that were sent out to us for us to look at.
Sure, I'll leave that to Dr. April Aldrich to come and speak to.
I will just speak to that and say that the public comment was reviewed by the ELA team. Also, we were very fortunate that many of our RISAs conducted specific focus groups and also sent us very specific feedback and details. And so that is how we looked at the standards that had been posted for public comment. We went through each of those feedbacks line by line, and we created the changes we made were formatting changes, organizational changes, and then we're also able, as we went through the feedback, to think about the next steps in terms of where are the areas that we have opportunities for professional learning and how would we develop that out. But the review of the public comment did stay with the RISAs and focus groups that did that, and also with the ELA team at the Department of Education.
And what about the the alignment with House Bill 538? How is that infused in with the standards to make sure that that is a part of going forward? And I know science of reading and structured reading is also in there, because I talked to a lot of the teachers when I went to the committee sessions. And I just want to make sure that all of that is aligned so that we don't get down the road and there is something that is missed that we should have probably caught, because different eyes, I want to make sure that different eyes on there
Okay, so one of the things that we did is look at how structured literacy, foundational literacy, and how the science of reading is defined by House Bill 538. And we did look at the standards and the alignment to ensure that the standards did have standards and expectations that align with those things. So in House Bill 538, lines 62 through 64, foundational literacy skills mean, and I'm going to read these so I don't leave anything off, phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, reading, comprehension, spelling, oral language, and the intersection of reading and writing. So we took each of those and we went and looked at the standards as they were drafted and proposed, and we actually lined out which standards and expectations align with each of those components and characteristics. And then if you talk about the science of reading, that's also addressed in House Bill 538, lines 73 through 76. It means the body of research that identifies evidence-based approaches of explicitly and systematically teaching students to read using the foundational literacy skills. So that goes right back to those components and characteristics that I just listed. And then you move to where the House Bill 538 addresses structured literacy in lines 81 through 85 and defines that as an evidence-based approach to teaching oral and written language that's aligned again to the science of reading. And it talks about that it's characterized by explicit, systematic, cumulative, and diagnostic instruction. And then it identifies phonology, sound symbol association, syllable instruction, morphology, syntax, and semantics. So just as an example, I could go through all of them, but for the sake of time, I'll give you an example. If you're looking at foundational skills as defined in House Bill 538, and if you're looking at phonological awareness, which is the first component characteristic that it identifies, you will find that the current proposed ELA draft standards align with that at KFPA 1 through 5, and also 1 FPA 4 through 5. If you wanted to look at each of those components, that is something that we were intentional and purposeful about, was to look at those and ensure that each of those components as identified by House Bill 538 in those three areas, we looked across those standards in the early literacy and the K-5 domains and the practices domains, language and text, to ensure that we had alignment.
I want to make sure that the teachers, because when I was down at the different sessions, meeting, just talking to the teachers and how important it was for them to be engaged, involved in what was going on, I want to make sure that some of the big items that they were looking at concerning the updating of the standards were included, especially they talked a lot about the definitions that went from one grade band to the next that weren't kind of aligned with each other. Like one word would be used in K-5, and then when you got in 6 through 8, it would change the word, but maybe the meaning was somewhere in there. So has that been addressed as well?
So you're exactly right, and you were involved in a lot of those face-to-face sessions. So that what was happening between December and when we posted in March, we were actually looking at all of the first round of public feedback, and teachers were actually at the table face-to-face, 9 sessions where we actually looked at that feedback. We talked through those things. Where does the terminology not make sense? Where is it not consistent K to 12? You know, for example, I can give you an example of one where there was in some places the terminology was elements, in some places the terminology was techniques. So one of the things we worked on in our working committees is making sure from K-12 that terminology was consistent. And so we used techniques. That's the word that the working teacher committee and the educator committee settled on. We ensured that's an alignment piece. You start at kindergarten, you go all the way to 12th grade, and you make sure that every time that word is exactly correct. One of the things too we worked on with our teachers were really thinking about how we noted when standards or expectations began and when standards or expectation threads ended, and ensuring that the way that we organized that and formatted it provided clarity, because sometimes your formatting can create unclarity. It's not really the standard or the expectation. It might be how it's presented or how it looks. So that was another thing we really worked on. If you'll remember in the first round of gray boxes, there was some feedback about about, or the first round of public comment, there was some feedback about the gray boxes were confusing. So that's something we worked with our teachers and our working committees to ensure that that was not a confusing piece, that became a clarity piece, so that what happens is teachers can focus more on what the standards are asking students to know and be able to do, what the expectations are under those standards, and then the next big body of work that will begin to happen once we have standards that are approved is that we will actually be working on evidence. And those are the pieces that speak to what a lot of the public comment will ask us about. What does this terminology mean? It may be a new word, it may be a different way of saying it. So what does this mean? What does it look like when a student performs or meets the expectations of the standards? And so that will begin to be the next body of our work, which will also play right into professional learning, so that we build capacity with our teachers in the classroom to ensure that the standards are being implemented. They're also being used to guide instruction to meet the needs of students.
And could you remind me of how many public comments did you get over the last 30 days that was out?
How many? I have to look that number up. I don't know it off the top of my head. Give me 1 second. We had 232. Let me do some math real quick. I can tell you by grade band because I didn't do a total number, but 232 by K2, 210 by 3.5, 160 by 6.8, and 195 comments by 9.12. So we actually looked at the comments not just as a whole. We actually looked at those in terms of what were the comments saying about the K2 bands and consequently moving up.
Is that about the average number that you get?
I did compare this public survey with the math public survey that the public comments, and it was very similar in numbers. And so we did look at that, but that was that's who responded, and that's the numbers that were recorded based on this last period of public comment.
Any other questions? I have a question. I have a comment and a question.
Okay.
Thank you for what you've done. And this is just to, I think you've covered a lot. We had a nice conversation. You covered a lot about some of the questions when you said it. And you know that Lisa and I were there with y'all, and we pretty much read very thoroughly everything I do, and that has been sent. And we got things sent, and of course, the Lisa's did do some focus groups. But what I just heard you say was from the focus groups that your team sat down and individually, because they individually went through and looked at each item. And so y'all have already adjusted those within the working period that we had before it closed on May 1st. And then I just heard you say that also some of the things that dealt with alignment and definition and skills that Lisa mentioned, that you said y'all have been in there and made changes with those. And so April, my thing has, I've always supported what y'all done. I wouldn't be there if I didn't support it. I wouldn't be diligent about the way that I review and look, and when we get things from people, really consider that they've taken the time and what might be their concern or what might be their pluses. So when you I just want to ask you, because we've all done standards. This is the third time of doing standards. And we all know what it's involved for DOE, for you, your staff. No question that those girls, I wish they were here today. No question the work that has come from them. No question what you have put into that. I don't question that at all. And I made some notes, so I wanted to be sure that you got the heartfelt of what I was saying. I don't question any of those. I don't question any of the hours. When I ask a question, when I specifically pinpoint something, it's because I care. And I want to make sure that the voices are heard and that the teachers that have worked so diligently and sat down and took the time, their merits are felt. And I heard you say that. I want to ask you, just because I know we posted these and we had that timeline, 30 days, and May 1st, came, And then the House Bill 538 that Lisa mentioned was approved in April 13th, somewhere in there. So we're scrambling to do that. I just want to make sure for you and your staff that the internal and external things that have to be done for y'all, do you need more time? Are you ready to roll with it now? Because you and I know when we adopt, those things are gonna start to be implemented. And I wanna make sure that it's comfortable for you, that we're not having to back up and go, oh, we need to fill this in. Are we 95% ready to roll with these, that you can say, my staff, I'm ready? I think we can manage what we've got to do. And I know that you talked about evidence.
Talked about what?
Evidence.
Evidence.
Evidence. And referring back, standards of what are to be taught. The standards, we want them clear. Yes, when you and I had that conversation, I did see all those. This isn't clear, this doesn't make sense. But I am trusting in what I heard you say today. And I'm trusting that you will give me the answer for the needs of y'all. That we are ready. I know when we implement, and I know this, that it never fails. Something will come up and we'll have to go back. I want it to be as smooth as it can be for you, the staff, the girls y'all that are working on it, because the burden falls with you. And I'm just opening that up as a conversation. And I think you read everything. I know everybody got things from Risa, and my Risa was very good to do a focus group and K through 8, and they think they're fine. Of course, there were some minor things, but you told me that they've done. I'm sure everybody got those. The concerns and the goods. I'm just asking you, from being a teacher, from sitting there, from going through standard review, knowing what's going to hit Matt and all of y'all here, are you comfortable at this point? Do you need a little working time more? Are you ready? You think we're at 90% there so that you won't feel so pressured? I know 2025 will be here, but you're talking about implementation, professional learning. You're talking about working out evidence and pace charts and all of these things. And I know, thank goodness for our IT back there, that he's built that suitcase in. And those of us that can learn to use it are going to be very good with it, and it's going to make time much easier for teachers. But I'm just asking you that from the experience. And if you're ready, then I'm ready. But
Well, thank you for your comments. I will say,
Excuse
go
me,
ahead.
Let me answer that.
okay,
All right. These standards have been a long time coming. When I say this as a teacher,
yep,
I say this as a curriculum director, I would not bring anything to this board that I did not feel comfortable with. If I had to give an answer, if it was 90% or 95%, then that means we're not ready. And I assure you, we are 100% ready.
I got you.
This is something I think when we look at this, what I've charged the staff. I said, this is the process, does not end. Again, Dr. Aldridge and I were having a comment. I said, my plans right now is that we're bringing in CTAE, we're bringing in this group, we will overlap to make sure that we support that. We're looking at literacy across the board, and we'll have more to say about that during the next board meeting, and what that looks like. But we've evolved, I think, to try to thread this needle. We have individuals that, whether it's business community, it's our citizens review, and now we have all our practitioners. We've kind of put this off and scrubbed it and scrubbed it and scrubbed it. And these are good standards. I mean, there's no doubt to me that they're there. I think it does fall in line with the latest legislation that comes across the board. It's adds things that people that I think we've been very supportive listening to those outside of education. We put an emphasis on cursive writing, and poetry, and doing some things that I think will overall enhance a student's ability to do that. Our team, again, I want to just say congratulations again to Dr. Aldridge and that team. They have done a phenomenal job. She has probably made more phone calls more talks, one-on-one than I think of anyone that I can think of. And so we have listened, and I think we've been very diligent to be very mindful of what that looks like. Again, some of the discussions that she has had talking about the alignment of the verbiage, so there is continuity. That's something that, we looked at with math, and we're very dedicated with that. We have, a large number of funds that set aside because that professional development is going to be very critical. Because even with the standards, and I think this is discussion, even having a discussion with the chancellor, I said, we got to have, higher ed on board as well. And looking at what our teachers and training looks like, but what we can control, I feel we're in great shape. So I think that, to answer the question, are we ready? There is no doubt. And I said, like I said, for me, 90 or 95 would be unacceptable. Like I said, I don't want to fly a plane I'm kind of 95% sure it's going to, take off and land. I want to make sure it's 100%. And so you have, my guarantee that we're ready to go. And what changes, if any, that need to be made, we'll make those adjustments. I mean, like I said, anytime you throw out a plan, it's just like coaching. Playbooks look really good until we start playing the game. And then we find out, with things, but I think we have looked at everything that we possibly could to anticipate that. We've set aside resources. We will continue to talk. And I think one of the things that's been very good, you mentioned the suitcase. This whole department and agency is working together. They are collaborating like never before. And so, just because we look at things, everybody, I don't care what field they come in, reading touches everything. And it is so critical that we make sure that we look at that. But we'll definitely, have some things and announcements we'll make next month, and it will enhance this. But we're ready to go, and I'm excited about what's there. So, yeah, 90, 95, no, that's not good enough. We got to be 100% ready to go, and I feel we're there.
Well, I like your affirmation and your enthusiasm, and I appreciate that. There was never a question about, as I've said, I've always said great things.
We appreciate the work. And like I said, this is a collaborative process.
Yes.
So.
I believe there's
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Nick Ellis here, joining y'all virtually. Ms. Superintendent, I appreciate your reassurance on these standards, and certainly Dr. Aldrich, we appreciate the work that you and your team has done. And I'll just say this, I've been here for a short while, 3 months, but I've heard nothing but positive feedback from teachers in South Georgia about the collaboration that has taken place and their input that they've been able to provide through our RESAs and through, their working groups in the individual districts. And so I'm really excited that we are having the time of professional learning to teach and train these teachers before we actually implement that. And that was one of the things that teachers really were proud about, that there was going to be time for the professional learning and time for training before they're actually implemented. So I appreciate all the work that y'all are doing. This has been much needed work. I've seen this, for the 8 years that I served as board chair in my local district, that there was a need for improvement. And so I'm excited that y'all are moving forward with this. And again, thank you for the work that y'all do in the DOE.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Mr. Jarnett?
First of all, Superintendent Woods, thank you, and Dr. Alders, thank you for the work that you've done. I know this has taken a long time, and it's going to take a lot more time to get this ready for implementation when the rollout occurs. And I want to say thanks to Helen and Lisa and those who have brought these questions. And I always appreciate your passion about this content area, about all content areas, but about teaching and learning. I think that I've spent a lot of time over the last few days looking at House Bill 538 because it was signed in April, and as Helen mentioned, it's the law of the land now. And that and the companion bill that goes with the Council on Literacy, those are going to be, that's going to be a big initiative for the next few years. I'm comfortable, after conversations with staff, that this has been externally reviewed in terms of its compliance with the terms of 538. I think we're in compliance. I think there's congruence, not just compliance. I think the field has been heard. I have to mention the people that are going to be responsible for implementing this at the local level. And yes, superintendents and boards approve curriculum that supports these standards, but I'm talking about the curriculum directors, the language arts specialists, the teachers, the principals, those people who are going to be responsible for delivering this and also accountable for the results. My strong sense is that they are ready to get moving on this, that they are in support of the current standards that we have before us. So I'm just go ahead and tip my hand. I'm ready to move forward with this. I'm going to vote to approve this, and but I also wanted to say thank you to you. I want to say thank you to Dr. Aldridge and her team. She represents a lot of people.
I do.
And
Absolutely.
I know sometimes we'd like to ask a question of a staff member, but when that staff member's boss is sitting right next to them, it really puts everybody in an awkward position. But we've got the superintendent and the deputy in charge of teaching and learning here. They're telling us these are ready to go. I think we need to move on it.
Thank you, Dr. Jarnett. Anyone else, comments or questions?
I do. I want to thank you for the work and all, and the working sessions that we have, and I really want to thank the team, Brianne and Leah and all the ladies that work diligently and hard on this, and I know I saw them, diligently working. And I want to thank also the RESAs that have talked with us and looked at this, as well as the teachers and the other representatives at all of the meetings. And I want to make sure that the teachers are appreciated. I appreciate the work they do, the time they took off to do this, and I hope that they are well compensated for it, because they really put in a lot of work and effort coming to these committee working sessions, and I just want to support them in any way I can, because this is going to impact us in the future. This is for our kids. I want to make sure our kids are literate and that they are able to be successful, not just in school, but also in future, career, whatever they decide to do. So.
Just give them a quick hold. Online, please mute your mic if you're not talking. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Kim, go ahead.
Okay. That was basically it.
So-
I definitely appreciate that, and I do want to definitely go on record and thank as well. The ELA team has done a tremendous amount of work, and certainly the educators across the state have come together to work hard face-to-face in small group sessions, and we have something to be proud of in these standards. They're Georgia grown and they're Georgia owned, and they represent the voice of teachers and leaders across the state of Georgia. And so I'm excited to see how this can impact literacy and the work that we have ahead of us, because I say this every time I talk to you guys. At the end of the day, it is about the boys and girls that are sitting in the classrooms, and we have a responsibility to ensure that the work that we are leading, the work that we are guiding, that we are first and foremost putting out excellence, and second, being open to always hearing voice and always being open to collaboration, and that will continue. We have demonstrated that in the process from November until today's date. Was it May 10th today? We have demonstrated the value of face-to-face interaction, of allowing teachers and educators to come to the table and to have voice and to be transparent. So I think that I don't think I could have said it any better than Superintendent Woods, but we are ready, and they represent a lot of hard work by a lot of talented and passionate educators who, at the end of the day, we're all working for one thing, and that's the boys and girls in Georgia.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to thank you and your team, and really the Department of Education and anybody who did work on this. I mean, it was a tremendous effort. I'm comfortable with where we are, and as Dr. Jarnett mentioned, would fully support this. It's really the culmination of all of the efforts of a lot of people. But in a few years' time, we'll revisit standards again. And I guess the important thing is obviously there's a reactionary component to this involved with legislation that may be passed. Yet at the same time, the fundamentals of teaching English really are unchanged. There's things that really need to be accomplished in the classroom. And just as a cautionary note, down the road, is to see what we can do to minimize changes going forward. I know that we're constantly striving to look to improve. Yet at the same time, this heavy lift doesn't stop. The heavy lift is the implementation. The heavy lift is the training. The heavy lift is the resources that are selected, and so forth. And if we are in a constant state of change, there is a tremendous cost that is associated with that. And this is a cautionary note to our legislators relative to future changes. Again, I'm not in opposition to making improvements where improvements are needed, but at the same time, the cost in training, the cost in professional development, the cost in resources, and everything else is a cycle that we continually repeat. It's almost as if there's an industry built up around this. And anything that we can do to reduce our costs, still maintaining an improvement mentality, but go down the road. But I think this is a tremendous effort. I think it was very, very well done. Look forward to the implementation process and applaud the DOE and everybody else that actually did work on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Any other comments or questions from?
It would be nice if we could have like, updates or a yearly annual review. That was a suggestion that some of the Reeses had made. If we did an annual review to kind of tweak it along the way, so when it comes time to update the standards again, it's not a big overhaul. It's less of a complete overhaul as we tweak along the way.
Any other comments?
April, will you just keep us like you have, informed, and when things go on that we can be there to support and see and bring back? Appreciate that, because that's the way good decisions can be made.
Okay. Anything else from you? Okay, this will be pulled for a separate vote tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Taylor, item number 2.
Item number 2, qualified dyslexia screening tools. The official Code of Georgia annotated, section 20-2-159.6, requires the State Board of Education to approve a list of qualified dyslexia screening tools to be used for the identification and referral of students with characteristics of dyslexia. The law specifies that this approved list of qualified dyslexia screening tools must address the following components: phonological awareness and phonemic awareness, sound symbol recognition, alphabet knowledge, decoding skills, encoding skills, and rapid naming. The vendors and suppliers in the attached list responded to the request for information to solicit information from interested parties with respect to the screening of students in kindergarten through 3rd grade for dyslexia. Respondents were required to indicate the components measured by their proposed screening tool, identification of the grade levels screened for each component, and a description of how students are measured on each component. Upon approval by the State Board, the list of qualified dyslexia screening tools will be available for districts to use for the identification and referral of students with characteristics of dyslexia.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Comments, questions from the committee?
Tiffany, do you know how many systems have already purchased screeners? Are we aware?
Not in terms of how many have already purchased, no. I do know that the General Assembly did allocate funds in the fiscal year 24 budget to assist systems with that purchase.
And I asked this before, and thank you, Matt, for sending that link of the applications. But tell me again, what were how did DOE decide which ones made the chart here?
If they met the requirements that were outlined in law for the components, so they had to indicate in the application the different components were indicated, and then the grade levels for those components, as well as a description of how those components were measured for each of those grade levels, as well as provide information that they were research-based and valid.
Any other comments, questions on item number 2? Okay, thank you. We'll move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 3.
Item number 3, Special Needs Scholarship Program 2023-2024 Private School List. The official Code of Georgia annotated, Section 20-2-2115, requires the State Board of Education to authorize private schools that will be eligible to participate in the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. Private schools that are interested in participating in the Special Needs Scholarship Program have until June 30th, 2023 to apply for the 2023-2024 school year and must meet eligibility requirements outlined in rule and law to be considered. Having met these eligibility requirements, the following new private schools are seeking to participate in the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. Aparo Academy in Richmond, Augusta City for kindergarten, Bible Baptist Christian Academy in Statesboro for K through 12, In-Town Community School in DeKalb for grades 3 through 8, Rambam Day School in Chatham, Savannah for grades kindergarten through 8, and Young Americans Christian School in Rockdale, Conyers for grades kindergarten through 12.
I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How many now do we have? It's gotta be over 200.
Oh yes, with the approval of these 5, it will be 287.
It's grown.
Okay, any other comments or questions for Dr. Taylor on item number 3? Okay, we will move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Chairman Downey, that concludes the Rules Committee.
Very good, thank you. All right, at this time, we'll go ahead, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of discussing. I wasn't even done yet. Why do we need to go to executive session?
I second it.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we will be in executive session until 1 o'clock, at which point we will start budget committee. So we're in recess. It's after 1 o'clock, and we are resuming our committees, but first I will entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Mr. Sweeney, do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are out of executive session, and we will move on to our next committee, which is Budget Committee, and Mr. Donaldson, I hand it to you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 45 items to go through today, so we'll get started. Item
I got a
one.
lot of questions.
All right, item one is our FY '24 Department of Education budget, just under $14 billion, which includes $2,000 raises for state employees, money for dyslexia screening, money to fully fund school counselors in all the QBE categories, $290 million for certified school teachers' employees' salary increase, and another $840 million for the state health benefit plan per member per month contribution increase to $1,580.
Would you speak up, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Applaud the raise.
Sir?
Applaud the raise.
Exactly. Much needed raises.
Well, there are a lot of good parts about this. My wife's a counselor, and we have needed to reduce the the ratio and increase the number of counselors. This is a great start to that. I know a lot of people worked long hours on this budget. We all got late night texts and scurrying around, and so I'm just excited. And the raise, of course. It's always good to get raises.
Very good. Anyone else? Item two.
Item two is the state FY '24 state salary schedule, OCGA 20-2-212 and 20-2-167 require the State Board of Education to adopt the annual salary schedule.
Any questions or comments? Item three.
All right, this is an amendment to our Georgia Milestones Assessment. This amendment is to change the expiration date, increase the total maximum compensation amount, and revise the scope to allow for initial test development processes to align the Georgia Milestones English Language Arts assessments to the new Georgia K-12 ELA standards. The amendment amount is $1,960,159. The total contract amount is not to exceed $21,784,250.
Any questions or comments? Item four.
All right, this is a contract amendment with Georgia Alternative Assessment to allow for additional printing of student test booklets and test development activities aligned with the Georgia Milestones English Language Arts assessments to the new Georgia K-12 ELA standards. Amendment amount $178,167, which brings the total contract amount not to exceed $3,707,181.
Any questions or comments? Item five.
This is a contract renewal for the Georgia Milestones Assessment System. This is the contract renewal for the Georgia Milestones for our fiscal year 2024. The total contract amount is not to exceed $22,932,540.
Any questions or comments? Item six.
This is our contract renewal for the Georgia Alternative Assessment 2.0. This is the contract renewal for FY 2024, and the contract amount is not to exceed $3,658,488.
Any questions or comments?
Allison can breathe now.
Dr. Timberlake. All right. You got me off track. Any questions or comments? Item seven.
All right, item seven is a contract renewal for G-Kids 2.0, which is to renew for the FY 2024 year. The total contract amount is not to exceed $421,859.
Any questions or comments? Item eight.
This is a contract renewal with Certiport to support the Microsoft Imagine Academy initiative by allowing Georgia Public High School students, faculty, and staff to earn a credential relating to the Microsoft Office and Microsoft Fundamentals applications. The total contract amount is not to exceed $1,274,594.40.
Any questions or comments?
How many credentials, how many schools do we have? We used to have several come, because they'd won those awards and, Microsoft. Do we know how many?
Not offhand, but I mean, they give out certificates when I go to schools, and it'll be,
All the time?
yeah, it'll be a more, those are participants.
Anyone like to? Dr. Wall here? Dr. Wall.
Currently, we have 7,341 students that have certifications this year.
She would have that number wrong.
That's just it. This
Thank you,
year.
Dr. Wall.
This year.
Yeah, it's been an incredibly
And there'll
successful.
be a few more before the end of the school year.
It has been, that has been incredibly successful.
It has. It's money well spent. Any other comments? Item 9.
All right, this is our grant for FY 2024 STEM and STEAM teacher externships. The purpose of this grant is to pilot professional learning experiences for the STEM and STEAM teachers through externship opportunities. The total grant amount is not to exceed $15,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 10.
This is our FY 2024 STEM STEAM professional learning. The purpose of this grant is to provide professional learning opportunities for STEM STEAM teachers. The total grant amount is not to exceed $307,650.
Any questions or comments? 11.
Excited we're putting STEM in with it too.
Yes.
STEAM, STEAM, the arts in it too.
Getting ready to go to stream, right?
Yeah.
An R in there.
Yeah, well, we'll have that certification
Yeah.
by this.
Stream now?
Well, you add reading.
Reading.
We actually have something called hamster, but.
Oh,
wow.
How about them Braves, man?
11.
All right, item 11 is our summer work-based learning grant. This is to support students with gaining valuable workplace experience within a business or industry. This total grant is not to exceed $101,500.
Any questions or comments? 12.
All right, item 12 is a contract renewal with JetDoc. The purpose of this contract is to provide on-demand mental health coaching services for children and youth experiencing homelessness. The total contract amount is not to exceed $504,000.
Any questions or comments?
I do.
Yes, sir, Mr. Royal.
And of course, my iPad froze up right at that moment. It's really in 12 and 13 because they're both dealing with homeless and our McKinney-Vento kids. One's dealing more with food and one's dealing with mental illness on there. I saw that JetDoc, not familiar with them and didn't look up JetDoc, how are they providing the mental health sessions? Is it person, telehealth, combination of both? In there, and I see that they've served, 47 kids as of February. When did they start this contract? Is this a renewal of last year's at the same amount? Is this brand new?
Sean.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Tom, dear.
So this is the first part of the contract was to build the platform and then it started in March of 23. So this will get us, the original amount gets us through the end of June, and then this contract will start for the next year. So they do it through 24/7 call centers. They've got mental health coaching, and it's particularly, it does tie to the other one that you're talking about, which is the next item that we have up with the outreach, because what we're trying to do, and this is specifically through homeless, the R part is specific for students experiencing homelessness, to raise awareness and to try to give them the support resources that they need.
Is there any, you said through phone services too, is there any telehealth facet to this at all?
Yes, because there's also the mental health coaching part of it as well.
And then are those two, the vendor for 12 is Chanley Communications. Do they work together on this? Is there cooperation?
Well, the Chanley is an outreach to basically direct them through billboards and messaging and posters at homeless shelters to direct them to the site so that we can, to the Department of Education, so that we can provide the resources and direct them to this particular resource that you're seeing.
All right, so you just teed me up for my question on number 12, with Shanley being the communication and all. Are we directing them with food resources like Food Finder, who's been incredibly successful in Georgia in connecting children with food resources?
So we are directing them through all the different resources that not only that we have available, but we work very closely with community service providers like you're speaking about, and the liaisons that each district has as well, to direct them to any resources that they have locally. But a big part of our focus is to make sure that we're pulling in. Now, specifically Food Finder, which I'm aware of, seen the demonstrations here before, I can double check just to make sure that we're including that in. But that's a huge part of what we're trying to do is connecting the community resources.
We're gonna make it easy on you too. Food Finder is our inspiration tomorrow morning, so. Just trying to make sure we're, I mean, because so much happens. I know that you get going and we get these grants and Jet Doc doesn't know what doing in that, because we've got so many good things going on. And that's really the purpose of the questioning, is to make sure and try to bring to light some of the resources so we can cross-pollinate and get not only the best value for the dollars we're spending, but reach the children and give them the best opportunity, because this is our most vulnerable class of kids. Everyone we can get educated is changing a life.
I agree, and I appreciate your passion for it as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other questions? Item 13.
All right, this is the contract renewal, Chanley Communications. This contract is to increase statewide identification and awareness of the needs of homeless children and youth. The total contract amount is not to exceed $299,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 14.
This is the American Institute for Research contract to provide training materials to support LEAs with the implementation of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The contract amount is not to exceed $289,999.
Any questions or comments? Item 15.
All right, this is a contract renewal for FY24 Office of Statewide Administrative Hearings. The Georgia Department of Education is required to provide due process hearings as prescribed by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. This total contract amount is not to exceed $400,000.
I had a question on this one. You see the amount increase from the previous year, and it's just volume. More demand for the hearings, but fortunately not the way you look at it. So, any other questions? Item 16.
Item 16 is a contract renewal for our FY 2024 Georgia Learning Resource System. Federal funds are distributed to GLRS centers to provide technical assistance and coaching for local districts to support outcomes for students with disability. This total contract is not to exceed $9,100,000.
Any questions or comments? 17.
All right, this is our FY 2024 IDA Capacity Building Grant. The purpose of this grant is to build the capacity of staff and LEAs and GNETs to work with students with disabilities. The total grant amount is not to exceed $7,153,724.
Any questions or comments? Item 18.
All right, this is our grant for our FY 2023 High Cost Grant for Special Education. These grants will partially reimburse LEAs for the costs incurred for students whose IEPs require expensive and extensive direct instructional and related services that exceed $27,000 per student. This total grant amount is not to exceed $4,999,998.
Any questions or comments? Item 19.
All right, this is a grant for our FY 2023 Grant for Residential and Reintegration Services. This grant allows the state to assist LEAs through a cost-sharing measure when the private placement of a student exceeds $30,000. The total grant amount is not to exceed $1,405,329.
Any questions or comments? Item 20.
Item 20 is a contract with Community Foundation of Central Georgia. This is a line item in the budget that will allow school systems to implement character building programming within their schools. The total grant amount is not to exceed $2,500,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 21.
All right, this is our 5-year local facilities plan. The State Board of Education is required to approve all 5-year local facility plans for local school systems to be able to participate in the state capital outlay program. The listed school systems have completed a new 5-year plan as required by law.
And if you haven't, I would encourage you to look at some of those in your district. I get those in my district. They're great to read to see what people are planning for. Any questions or comments? 22.
All right, 22 is our authorization to issue 2023 bonds. These bonds will allow Georgia Department of Education to continue reimbursing school systems for eligible expenditures on approved capital outlay, CTAE, state schools, and camp projects. The amount of the general obligation bonds to be issued is $209,470,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 23.
All right, item 23 is a contract with USDA Warehouse Storage and Delivery. The purpose of this RFP is to obtain pricing for warehousing and delivery of the USDA goods to school food authorities. This one, I believe the vendor and the amounts were revealed in executive session.
That's correct. Any questions or comments? Item 24.
Item 24 is a contract renewal with USDA Warehousing and Delivery with Cooperative Purchasing Agency. The purpose of this contract is to obtain pricing for warehousing and delivery of USDA foods to the Georgia School Food Authorities. This contract amount is not to exceed $412,845.30.
Any questions or comments? Item 25.
All right, this is a contract with Central Savannah River Area RESA, Literacy Technical Assistance. Purpose of this contract is to provide reading instruction for teachers using research-based reading approaches. The total contract amount is not to exceed $438,090.
Any questions or comments?
Did anybody else, I guess that goes to Reagan, were there any other ones that qualified or applied?
Yes, we've got several contracts with the different RESAs across the state. This is just a double contract. So Amy Denty's my instructional specialist. She can answer any in-depth questions. But yes, we have contracts with 13 RESAs now.
12 right now, hopefully 13 in June.
Okay.
Very good.
You'll see some others later, further on down, just not for as much money. Right.
You're under 250.
I saw that, okay.
I was about to say, there's several in the under 250, I think.
Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions? Item 26.
All right, item 26 is our Georgia Association of Educational Leaders, or GALE, contract. Purpose of this contract is to provide professional learning, coaching, and support to school and district leaders. The contract amount is not to exceed $2,500,000.
I'm going to ask Dr. Johnson to give us a summary of this. Dr. Johnson, how are you?
I'm incredible.
Always incredible.
Thank you. And you know, I'm excited to talk about this because I really do believe this is going to be like a game changer for our state nationally. And I wrote something so I wouldn't ramble. So, you know me. So I feel like our state, we have incredible leadership, incredible educators, and incredible students. But we also must realize that there are opportunities for continuous learning in our leadership specifically, because of course we have to be prepared to lead the way. And I feel that with some of the challenges that, I'll be honest, my team has seen in the field, and I have been in the field myself, and it's not just federally identified schools, it's all schools. I think everyone needs a little help and a little coaching around leadership, and that it's not just at one level, that we look at all of the affiliates supported by GALE. And I think about, you know, I've been a member of GALE since 2009 myself, and when I was down the district level. And whether it's GASES with instruction, or it is GASSP or GAEMSP and all of the affiliates, I won't say that. But, and just mentioning too, even our chief, Mr. Matt Jones, I said, we have leaders that are coming on right now in like financial positions, and they need support around federal finance and how do they run finances. It's leadership at every different level. So we feel and we trust Gail to coach our leaders and to build a system of coaching our leaders in a way that's going to improve performance in our districts. And it's actually the largest leadership organization where all of the affiliates go. No matter where you are in leadership, there's a place for you at Gale. And we feel that this statewide approach is going to remove the variability from one district to next, that whether you are the smallest or the largest, there's going to be a standard of practice that's going to be taught, and you're going to be coached to implement well, and everyone will just have that opportunity to become strong leaders.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Any questions, Dr. Johnson? Ms. Kennemore?
Hearing what you're saying and everything, we have Reese's that are doing fabulous, tremendous work. And not to take away from Gail, but how many applications did you guys receive for this particular contract?
Applications? Now, now it wouldn't be like an application process around this. So this is just some support around our federal dollars. So it wouldn't be like a contract type thing where we saw applications or anything. We seriously wanted to just make sure that we provided an opportunity where our districts and our schools had an opportunity to engage in the growing of, like, I don't want to ramble, but where I'm going here is that there's a standard of practice. We want to make sure that we shore it up. We want the whole state to have the ability in order to learn here, and that it's not fragmented. And we don't, not that, people are going to take their own, taste of things when they go back anyway, and apply them and with levels of flexibility and such. But we do believe that this is the organization and the way for us to really hone in around excellent and evidence-based coaching of our leaders. And Bronwyn, if you want to come, and she's partnering with me with this opportunity.
Yes, I have also spoken with Dr. Costley, and he has a framework that's already established that would give us a statewide framework. So there would be continuity of delivery with the leadership expectations. There would be standards, there would be expectations, and it would be common to one way of doing it, which would be statewide, as opposed to 16 different ways of doing it. So really looking at what is exemplary leadership and how to build that out and coach that throughout the state.
Thank you.
Got a question.
Mr. Roy.
Same way. I've heard continuity out of both of you, and that be part of the reason for this. So this is a new contract.
It is.
Correct. Are these 2.5 million taking away from any other bucket or lowering any of the other? I'll just, like, for instance, the Reese's. Is this supplementing or supplanting anything else?
Oh, absolutely not.
We're funding it through ESSER.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is ESSER, this is new.
On there, and I'm because I do, Gail and GSSA, they're both here, they've been great partners, and I understand the need for continuity and distribution in that. The only thing I challenge just a little bit is that it would be 16 different ways if Reese's were doing it. Because I know the Reese's are great in their network, and they get together and they try to be as contiguous as possible, but there are different things. Southwest Georgia RESA and Northwest Georgia RESA have some different needs and some different things, but as far as continuity of curriculum and standards and everything, they need to be across the board. I get that. And that was just really where my question, I think that's where Ms. Kennemore was going as well, and just make sure that we're continuing the great work that's being done with the RESAs, and that's not taking anything away from it, from that work that's being done, on the local level, and that the reason for this in here is continuity at the state level through those organizations for this. Is that, I'm gonna sum it up?
Yeah, this doesn't impact anything in our RESA item.
Okay.
Very good.
I've just got a question on that too, not, same thing, Mike and Lisa, the continuity. But before, Stephanie, when we were doing this before this contract, our RESAs were an arm of that professional development too. Teaching and coaching and helping. So are y'all, I guess, will there be, I know I read in the contract that he will report to you and to, yes. And y'all will review the work that's being done. So is there an opportunity there also with funding or what to share with the RESAs also who are doing they're doing ELA and math and professional learning. And so if we're talking about a broad net and working together, and I know that a lot of those same people that are in our RESAs are in these organizations too, can we not forget to tap some of that service too? Because they're out there, they're one and the same with them too. So.
Sure, and I know that Dr. Costley works closely with the RESAs, the executive directors, and I'm sure there's a way, he's gonna need boots on the ground in the different areas around the state to go out and do the coaching. So I'm sure there's definitely the possibility, I'm not gonna speak for him, but the possibility of partnering with the RESAs as well as the affiliates that are under Gale.
Right.
Very good. Any other questions?
Just a comment.
Yes, sir. Dr. John.
Not on the budget committee, it's maybe a little out of order, but I'm sure you know this. I think some of us have had calls from some RESA directors, and none of the RESA directors I talked to took issue with the grant. They just wanted to be kept in the loop about additional opportunities because a lot of them are focused, as we all are, on leadership development. And I'm not saying this to you, y'all know this as well as anybody. I want to make sure that I say this to the board, that this doesn't have to be an either or thing, that this can be a both and we'll just continue to stay in touch with our wonderful RESAs and support the needs that they have, and hopefully down the road, there'll be some other opportunities for us to collaborate with them in leadership development.
Right,
Sure.
and this, I just want to be honest with you, in full transparency, we never looked at any level of overlooking anybody. We just really saw that our state has a need. And right now, my team is the one that's been fielding the need. And we realize that it goes beyond federally identified schools and even like your promise schools and such, and that we have some of the top performing schools in Georgia the superintendents have called me personally and said, I have a new this, can you come help me? Can you come help me do this? I only have one person, can you come help me? I get that call every day, and no exaggeration, sometimes 2 and 3 times a day. And it goes beyond that. So we have been piloting with some of our other funds from ESSER of contracting with some of people who were known within their skill set around building leadership in districts all the way through. It's gone incredibly well. I can give you some superintendents' names to call, and they'll say they have been life changers, and because they called me and they're like, this was the best thing you've ever done. Well, and it was just a thought of this has got to get bigger. Coaching people to become incredible leaders that understand the implementation of practice, we have a need for that right now. It's got to go beyond the position into the coaching and the implementation of practice. And when we saw that it's more than just one position, Gail screamed at us. And, Buddy Costley just has the credibility of a saint, to be honest with you, in our state. Everybody loves Buddy, but it's because he does incredible work. And when he laid out that plan for us, and it includes everything, every aspect of coaching, of building competencies of leaders in this state the way that we want it done, and with him including both of us in there so that we can see the rural perspective, we can see the metro perspective and the suburban and such, and that we can make sure he's open to listening to us when we say these practices have to be evidence-based. It can't be on a whim. It can't be just something. Everything we do has to have a backing of evidence. And he earned our confidence, to be honest with you, after our meeting, with saying, this is the organization for right now where we all go that's going to be able to really deliver this work at the level that we feel comfortable that it will occur. So,
Ms. Johnson, you know who I love?
yes.
You.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I feel the same way. Thank you. Y'all are great.
Appreciate your comments. 27.
27, supporting unlimited critical and comprehensive educational success for students grant. The purpose is to assist LEAs identified as targeted support and improvement and comprehensive support and improvement with their school improvement efforts. The total grant amount is not to exceed $4,405,775.
Any questions or comments? 28.
All right, 28 is our FY 2024 GRASP program grants. The purpose of this grant is to provide identified high schools with funding for one additional counselor to support a specific and limited caseload of at-risk students. The total grant amount is not to exceed $1,800,000.
Any questions or comments? 29.
All right, 29 is our FY 2024 Smoky Powell Center Plan and Budget. The State Board of Education must review and approve the Smoky Powell Center Plan and Budget in advance of each fiscal year. The amount for the plan and the budget is not to exceed $403,300.
Any questions or comments?
May we get some information from Dr. Kitty Moore?
Dr. Moore, that's right.
If you don't mind, when I have my subcommittee, I know we have a number of new board members.
You'll cover that.
I thought I would cover a large part of it, so, okay.
Perfect. Good idea.
So everybody be here. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
I should know.
Thank you.
Because this is a tremendous program.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
For those of you that don't know about it.
Item 30.
Item 30 is a contract with State Schools Charter Bus Services. The purpose of this RFP is for the charter bus services for the state schools. The total contract amount should have been discussed in executive session.
It was. Any questions or comments? 31.
All right, we got a contract renewal for Advance for Kids. Advance for Kids provides physical, occupational, and speech therapy services to meet the IEP needs for Georgia School for the Deaf students. The total contract amount is not to exceed $291,720.
Any questions or comments? 32.
All right, 32 is a contract renewal for Georgia Enterprises for products and services. The purpose of this contract is to provide ASL interpreting services. The total contract amount is not to exceed $750,000.
Very good. I would like Dr. Moore to cover that too in the committee meeting because I've had some questions on that one as well.
ASL interpreting.
Yes.
Now or the subcommittee?
You want it now?
The subcommittee. But let's do it there. It's a better home there anyways. Any other questions? 33.
33 is our contract with the Board of Regents of the University System of Georgia. The purpose of this contract is to provide access to school counselors and other school staff that support students participating in dual enrollment. The total contract amount is not to exceed $428,308.
Any questions or comments? 34.
All right, 34 is a contract with Georgia Public Broadcasting. The purpose of this contract is to support teachers by providing resources aligned to the Social Studies Georgia Standards of Excellence. The total contract amount is not to exceed $69,250.
Any questions or comments?
Did we get it cut
Ms.
on that?
Ross.
I'm sorry, was that funding cut, or is that, it's always been at this,
Which one?
the GP, Georgia Public Broadcast, the 60?
Show the history.
Dr. Aldridge is here.
Let's show the history on the board.
Repeat your question, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it all the way back.
I said, we didn't get cut on that funding, did we? We always have had this amount.
Well, cut on the funding, this is a part of our partnership with Georgia Public Broadcasting where we're developing lots of resources in different series. This one happens to be specific to social studies, but we have our classroom conversations that goes on. We have other things that we develop with math. So this is just part of that, which puts that over that 250 line item that has to be a board item.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I
I
was thinking about, yeah, the federal.
Yeah, we're getting confused. This
I
is
got
a new one out of
confused.
ESSER funds, right?
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Is this a new contract out of the
This is a
ESSER
new
funds?
contract,
Yeah.
this is a new piece of work, and it's focused on social studies.
I was thinking about
They do.
that.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Any other questions?
Item 35.
All right, 35 is a contract renewal with Center for Global Health Innovation. This is a state budget line item to support the Rural Teacher Training Initiative work to provide professional learning to science teachers working in Georgia's rural counties. The total contract amount is not to exceed $323,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 36.
All right, 36 is a grant renewal for our LG4GA 2019 Cohort 1 Year 4 awards. These funds are being awarded to LEAs participating in Cohort 2 for the continuation of their projects as described in their literacy plans. The total grant amount is not to exceed $24,537,397.
Any questions or comments?
Can I just make a comment on this? Because it's
Ms.
been so good. And just a shout out to Troup County because we were one of the first ones that have been with them for the entire entity of the LG4 grant. So it's been great. Thanks.
Very good.
One of the first ones. I'm not saying it's the only one, but
They're all good.
yeah, they're all great.
Any other comments? Item 37.
All right, 37 is our grant renewal for L4GA 2019 Cohort 2 Year 3 awards. These funds are being awarded to LEAs participating in Cohort 2 for the continuation of their projects as described in their literacy plans. The total grant amount is not to exceed $15,874,027.
Any questions or comments? Just really
Mr. Roy.
a overall question, because this is such a big grant, so vast to get into here, but you're using performance measures on these, on going through and see everybody's basically either getting the same amount or more. But how, and it's a general, you can't answer this specifically, but in general, we know we've got districts that are achieving at higher levels than others. Some are not meeting their objectives, some are meeting, and some are exceeding. Where are you really seeing this grant going? I mean, it's been so tough with the last 2 years. I mean, the data is hard to discern nor be accurate, particularly when you're trying to look at over different counties and different cohorts. But how are you seeing really the scoring? I guess is really the best mechanism to do it between different cohorts in the schools. Are we seeing a lot at struggling to get there and trying, or a lot of achieving, some some achieving higher? Where really is it falling? What are you? I guess I'm asking, what are you seeing out of this?
Dr. Alden.
Say that again.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and let Dr. Aguilera speak to that because this is actually his team and his division. He can probably give you more specific details on that.
President, well, we have been, we will have a report from our evaluators coming soon that we will probably share with you. But we have seen a difference in performance depending on where the schools started. Remember, this grant was mainly targeted to rural schools and low socioeconomic schools that had higher number of low socioeconomic students. One thing that I can highlight at this point, because we did a study about the impact of the grant through the pandemic years on those populations. And in generally, schools that had about 62% of the population in low socioeconomic groups performed about 3% percentage points better than the rest of the schools in the state. So that's something that really highlights the effect that this kind of support is having on those populations that are really in high need.
Very good. Thank you.
This is a question. When is this grant finishing up its cycle?
Yes, this grant, the last year will be 2024. We will be asking for a no-cost extension that we hope will be granted. The school, that would take us all the way to 2025. And then we will see if we have another opportunities. But this grant in different forms has been in place for about 17 years.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I know as a state, Sharon, we have pumped hundreds of millions of dollars into this, and I'd just really like to see some data on what we've learned and where we're going. So,
If you could share some data from previous years, that'd be great.
Okay, we can do that. We have some reports that we can share. Thank you.
Send that out. Good question.
Again, just for all, this is a federal grant.
Yes.
So, once this runs out, we have not heard anything as of yet as far as re-up, so we're waiting to see whether the federal government will re-up this grant.
Very good. 38.
All right, 38 is a contract amendment for FY23 SHI International Corporation Clockwork. This amendment is to change the expiration date and increase the total maximum compensation amount to redesign the agency website and provide access by mobile application. The amount of the amendment is $215,719. Total contract amount not to exceed $255,417.
Any questions or comments?
For Helen,
Ma'am?
this grant, I think it's gonna help Helen.
She needs all the help she can get,
Right.
as long as her iPad's working.
Technology. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Keith.
39.
All right, 39 is a contract renewal for FY 2024 Learning Management System and Structure. The purpose of this contract is to provide hosting and support for students enrolled in the Georgia Virtual Schools. The contract amount is not to exceed $961,306.
Questions or comments? Item 40.
Item 40 is a contract renewal, FY 23 Dell Microsoft United Support Services. The purpose of this contract is to support the agency's data modernization initiative efforts and ongoing operations of our information systems. The total contract amount is not to exceed $996,790.
Any questions or comments? 41.
All right, 41 is a contract renewal for FY 24 Canvas credentials. The purpose of this contract is to continue to support through the statewide professional learning platform by providing personalized professional development opportunities. The contract amount is not to exceed $478,375.
Any questions or comments? 42.
42 is a contract renewal, FY 24 Genius. The purpose of this item is to renew the contract with Genius SIS for a student information system for the Georgia Virtual School. The contract amount is not to exceed $365,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 43.
Item 43 is a grant for school-based health centers, planning grants, round one. This grant provides identified LEAs, $10,000 per participating school for planning grants to effectively prepare for establishing school-based health centers in their districts. The total grant amount is not to exceed $150,000.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question. So explain to me again what that is. It's $10,000 seed money. Is that basically what it is?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, do exploration.
It's a whole entire year's worth of planning, because we certainly
Can you
wanna
speak
see-
up just a little?
Yeah, we wanna see a sustainability of the health centers. And so there's an entire 12-month period, there's gonna be planning, participation in various activities with us, thought sharing with other districts, really engaging in professional learning activities to really put all the mitigation factors that these health centers can sustain themselves once they are built.
And so, and they said it's 15, not to exceed 15, is that,
$150,000.
okay, but 15 school systems is what we're thinking
8
about?
school systems and 13 schools within those.
And we're focusing on school systems that maybe don't have,
In these cases, the identified from the governor's guidance was that the ones that are federally identified, so Promise schools, CSI, TSI schools.
okay,
Ms. Dollar, thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Mr. Royal.
Yeah, looking at this, I appreciate the time you spent with me on the phone yesterday, going over some of this, because I'm a huge proponent of this. And, as we talked about a lot of the memorandum of understanding between the governor's office, obviously those are those funds, and we, DOE's the custodian, and the baby's been put in our lap to birth it. Based on the memorandum of understanding between the DOE and the governor's office. And I understand too, a lot of where we're having some of the biggest issues with access to healthcare in these kids is in rural areas. When I'm looking at the allocations, and this in front of you, these are who applied. Calhoun, Clark, Clayton, DeKalb, Doherty, Fulton, Hall, Henry. Every one of those counties has access to a large hospital, some of the best quality medical care we have in the state of Georgia. Every one of those counties, a kid is within 20 minutes of a hospital, a trauma center, or significant ability to have health care. What we're missing in this, I don't see any really rural counties in here, or any. Obviously, some of my Albany friends would tell you, heck no, we're a big county, and some people would argue it's more of a rural area, but Albany has a lot of resources, a lot of health resources in here. I guess my questions go to what we were talking about. What are we doing as a department to reach out, to make known? I know there was a conference in December, and there's been conferences. I read through the notes on those. I read through the bios of the speakers. I read through everything. Some very talented people, but they're all from Emory, they're all from around here. In South Georgia, the saying is, you ain't from around here. What are we doing as a department to really push for those kids? Because, and we talked about school-based healthcare centers. A brick and mortar building with people in it is obviously the best case scenario for a child, where they can go, and there's 10 items in the governor's MOU that wanted to address, where they can get vaccinations, where they can get exams, where they can get see a healthcare professional, where they can have a bed, where they have peripherals to measure temperatures, to measure blood oxygen, to measure vitals. This is not FaceTime, telemedicine, as people know it and do it. We're talking about creating a center, a safe place to go where a child can be seen and have a mental health evaluation, because it's private, it's dedicated, it's separate. 1,000% on top, agree with that. But in Barneyville, Georgia, I'm gonna pick on Barneyville for a minute, because it's one of my kids' favorite shows growing up, Barney. But they don't have a doctor's office in that town, I'm guessing. If I'm wrong about Barneyville, I apologize. But they don't, I'm willing to bet they don't have a doctor's office that can really see all these kids. They don't have access to health care. In some of these areas, it's more than an hour drive to any of these facilities in these counties. We're missing a huge opportunity that I think is detailed in the governor's proposal to take healthcare to those kids who don't have access to it, and help change their quality of life, improve their absenteeism, improve the quality of life, and get them seen before something becomes an acute problem, and do that. And we can do that through telehealth. There's some telehealth platforms now that can achieve 8 out of 10 of the MOU items, and it's specifically listed telehealth can be part of it in the MOU. It doesn't need to be the end all because of all the other, completely, I love the MOU. I love the way it's written. But what I see we're already missing, and I'm not blaming you, I'm asking how can we do better approaching and bringing in and getting those districts to apply for these grants. Because I'm telling you, a kid in DeKalb County, that building right there next to us, they've got access to. But of course, we want to reach that child before they need to go there. And that will be a positive, this. But that kid that's in Oak Park, Georgia, that doesn't have access to any of these centers, what are we doing? How can we better reach out to them?
So a couple things to mention is that the retail aspect of spreading the word, I think is gonna be key. So one of the great partnerships that we have with the REI team is that I'm able to actually partner with them to fill those gaps. We're just letting them know that, hey, this is available, this is what it looks like, and this is where the current centers are. So I've already been out to Coney RISA, First District RISA, upcoming trip to Southwest RISA. A lot of it is just me getting the vehicle with REI and going out and telling that story. It's also visiting some of the sites. I've been to Ben Hill to see their health center, been to Troup County to see Callaway Elementary's health center, spread that word to the office of the whole child. But what's really going to happen with the tight partnership with all the other offices in the agency, we're about to hire a new specialist, so we'll have 2 people that are dedicated to this. I think those are some efforts that we can improve, making sure that the rural districts understand that this is available, it's doable, and that we have an extensive year-long planning to help you build that in place. I think that's going to really give a lot of benefits for us.
So,
nothing like really just visiting.
And the first round was federally identified schools. That was the instruction from the governor's office. And Stephanie can tell you, most of those schools are in urban areas, metro areas. The second round, which we're about ready to launch in September around the conference the rural team is doing, is rural schools.
Yeah.
So that'd be an opportunity for a broader set of districts. And then after that will be all the remaining districts will have access.
Ms. Law.
Yeah, and I mean, I hear completely what you're saying. This is a beginning. And obviously, and the challenge is, I mean, I think there's something like 150 health departments around the state. Most every county has got a health department where there's access to many of the services Mike's talking about. But I know what the challenge is, while the people that applied are the people that have the resources, the people that don't have resources now, how are they gonna get a doctor to come to the health department? To what they're building, how are they gonna get a nurse practitioner even? I mean, we've been trying to find a nurse practitioner for our little nursing business for a while, and it took some time. So I'm not implying you're not doing the steps to do it, I know you are, just I'm glad to know that it's gonna be moving out, because that's where we need it. We need it where the kids don't have access, that's where we need it.
And there's more to come.
there is.
Yes, more to come, thank you,
I'll
thank you, Matt.
I'll just end with this, cause this is anecdotal, this is not scientific, this is just making a few phone calls and getting some feedback from a few people out about is, looking at what we've had and where we've concentrated, and Matt, thank you for sharing that, because I think they feel like they've got to build a big building, they've got to have a plan up here, and they're like, we're never gonna reach that. And that they need to know that it's okay to take an existing area that, facilities plans, we're approving facilities plans. There's a lot of open classrooms in some of these buildings or open areas that can be converted. You don't have to go build a new building. You don't have to rent a trailer and bring it in. And that you can supplement with telemedicine, or use telemedicine in your primary and then supplement, bring in vision for, you've got 3 schools in your system, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, they're at the different schools, or the different schools are coming in. That to get creative with this is okay, that there's not a bar up here that you have to achieve to take advantage of this. I think that's a little bit of the perception, and that gets reality, and that's nobody's fault. But just where it is and with how the conference has talked about all these great things up here, that you need this, 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 and this, and you can do this. You have 4 bedrooms, you have this, you have a dentist coming in, you got visual. They're looking at that going, hey, no way. And they don't want to be, they think they're gonna have to get in the medical business to do this, and they don't. There's options for them. So just keep that in mind, because this is incredible. I love it, and this can change the lives and futures of kids, so.
Very good, Mr. Royal. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Any other questions? Okay. Items 44 and 45 are contracts and amendments under 250. And there's quite a lot in there. There's about 50 items in there. So anybody got any particular questions on 44 or 45?
Somebody's off. I just,
Mr. Roy,
just do have a question, and I think we've mentioned this before. There's a lot of contracts to Georgia State in there. Not picking on them, they're just not the real GSU, but that's all the picking that I'll do. The real GSU's in Statesboro. But other than that, not picking on them. It's in Statesboro, Hell Southern. But other than that, there's a lot of contracts in there that may be appropriate, they may be the only thing. I guess it's more of not really a question of today, but just our process. Could the real GSU do some of this? Could Kennesaw State do some of it? Could Middle Georgia? Could Georgia College? And we've got West Georgia. We've got some great teachers institutions in Georgia. We've got some others. I guess my question and or statement is the love being spread among that, or is it just convenient, or is it because the best person for the job or contacts, which I think may be part of the answer, is just right next door and it's convenient?
I think your broad question is, are we allowing all the Regents universities and colleges
To participate or try to earn some of these?
Mr. Hill, you're the contact on the Georgia State items. You want to comment on that?
I wasn't trying to get you twice, Jeff.
That's okay. We just have partnerships with Georgia State because they have some of the centers on behavioral health, as far as like a center of excellence when it comes to like climate and behavioral health. It just happens to reside at Georgia State.
I think some explanation or maybe some information sharing about how these grants get disseminated, how they kind of trickle down from where they start to where they end up might be helpful. It probably looks different than it might actually pan out in terms of who ends up with the services and who ends up providing it. I'm not asking for that today, but maybe down the road we can get some intel on how this actually is implemented. And in addition, what's the accountability? I mean, how are we evaluating the effectiveness of all this? So.
Great points, Dr. DeJarno. We'll get some follow-up information, Mr. Royal. Any other questions in any of the items under 250? Helen, you'll see the other recent
I did.
items in those in
Saw
there as well.
before, but
All right. Hearing none, we have heard items 1 through 45. Do I hear any objections to moving those items to the consent agenda for tomorrow? Hearing none, Chairman Downey, we have concluded the business of Budget Committee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson, appreciate it.
All right, 2 minutes early.
2 minutes early?
No.
It's supposed to be
No,
45.
he ran over.
I
And I'll never let him forget. I will never let him forget that
Just
he
give it
let
up.
me.
Just
Look at me. It's
We
not
did
yours.
5 items though.
I'm
That
still
was-
seeing, I'm not even on the committee and I think I did too much.
45 items.
All
A
right.
couple $1 billion, nothing.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm moving right along, and I see that Russ is staying there because the next committee involves budget in a way, and it is our audit committee. We initially were going to meet in March and had to postpone that, and so the business of that committee is bound over to this month. And Mr. Royal, this is your committee, and I will turn it over to you, my friend.
Awesome, thank you. We have our folks from Talbot with us. Who do we have here? Who all do we have here in attendance?
there's no on the agenda.
Oh, come on up to the front row. Yeah. Oh, if we want our superintendent or our board chair to introduce the folks we have here from Talbot, please. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Jack Cottrell. I'm the superintendent from Talbot County. I have my assistant superintendent with me, Ms. Cindy Epps, and I'll ask her to join me at the podium here and introduce the rest of our folks since we are a team. Ms. Epps?
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have our board chair, Ms. Mildred Biggs, our vice chair, Ms. Julia Leonard, and our finance director, Torrance Freeman, better known as TJ. Thank you.
And we're here to answer any of your questions that you may have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Awesome. Well, I do appreciate you joining us. I'm sorry about the circumstances that prohibit us from meeting last time, and I have sincere hopes and prayers that everyone is okay and that situation is in the best position or situation possible with that, and condolences to the family.
We really appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and safety of our students, safety of our teachers, safety in our community is the first priority. I'd like to tell you now that education and learning is, but it's not. Keeping our folks safe is the most important thing that we do at Talbot County.
That is it. You've heard us talk. If a child is ill or saw something that no second graders should have seen at home, or they're hungry, or have something, you can have the teacher of the year in the classroom, and they're not going to learn to their fullest potential. So,
absolutely, a hungry child, sick child cannot learn, sir.
It doesn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work well. So we've got to, and I applaud Superintendent Woods' work on that. And
absolutely,
where it's gone with that, the whole child, so the whole community. You know, bringing us here today, we obviously have had some serious concerns and questions about where Talbot has been with its reporting, its bookkeeping, drawdowns, and other procedures that have either one have happened or and just as importantly sometimes not happened. And when I say not happened, as it regards to title funds, different things that could be drawn down to help get children caught up, to help children become brought up to grade level, to help them function best in the classroom. And that many of those funds haven't been drawn down, therefore to assume, and I think reasonably assume, that those funds aren't being used in the classroom, or that they haven't been used. We've submitted some of the items to you, some of the challenges to you. You've submitted a corrective action plan, but I guess really how I want to come at this, and how I know what this board really wants to come at this. I don't want to use the government cliche, we're from the government, we're here to help. But I think and hope what you've seen out of this board over the last several years is we really do want to help. And when we see something like this from afar, it doesn't look good. But that's rarely, we also know, that's rarely the whole picture in that. And so with that being said, that's why we're here today. So if you'd like to take even just a few minutes to kind of outline, I don't know what you have prepared or not prepared, or really.
We have some things prepared, but I didn't know what our time was. It may be best for brevity if you would just, ask me what you need to know. We're an open book here. I hope that this exercise is not only for you guys to hear what happens in local systems, but for local systems to use this as a model to get better. Mm-hmm. Now, the thing is, I would like to tell you, Mr. Chair, that the COVID, that bad local politics, that law enforcement, that not being able to find appropriate staff causes this. But what happens, sir, it gets down to, it's my job to make sure that this gets done. And we got off the road, like I say, a variety of reasons. But in my world, there's no try, there's either do or don't. So now it's about do. We developed a corrective action plan that I feel will get us back on the road. We've worked with Amy Riles, we've worked with the Department of Education. I have to extend a hand to Superintendent Woods for all he's done for us. Thank you, sir, publicly. And to Stephanie Johnson, I don't know if she's still in the room or not, but she's helped us, Amy Riles. And with that, with new personnel, with new board members at our place, actually my board chair now is my old finance director that we got back together so that we could get this thing under control. We went from a system that had a 97.6 graduation rate for 5 years to through the COVID, and things fell off the table with us. But we're back, and we're here to report to you, sir, that we're on the right track.
And I appreciate how you're approaching this, because this is how our committee wants to approach it as well is how can we help? And then if it's to a position where we can't, we've got to ultimately do things and take actions to make sure the kids are getting served. And that's the last thing we want to do on this. So, and I appreciate you saying everything's on the table, because if you're whistling past the graveyard, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't serve anyone well. So I'll start right out then with some of the things that prompted us in our committee meetings to say, we need to have you here because we really want to have some answer to these questions. And I've got a lot of notes on this, so I'm just going to start reading some of my notes, some of my things. I'll go through a lot. And then you mentioned the corrective action plan, and we may ought to end on that, or
Yes,
say
sir.
you've done some things. Because this isn't something that's got us here today, and you mentioned COVID, and that is real, but it's the same thing that all of our traditional 159 districts in the state of Georgia all dealt with it, and some, actually most, have been able to overcome it, or in some way, and get the job done. Because what we're looking at is actually some of the things going back to, my notes start in 2017 with finance office, having federal programs, financial records issues. Those same problems exist currently. Multiple finance officers within the last 10 years, with the same federal programs director and superintendent. General ledger accumulations of prior years precede the current finance officer, but it goes way back, and that consistently budgets are not presented on time and are not timely submitted for federal grants. And on this last one, you agreed to have it approved by January 31st, and it seems like it didn't happen until we called it. The perception looks like, by us calling and asking you up here, some stuff got it moving, because then on February 3rd, we did that, and then some things started moving. Cross-functional monitoring, scheduled in 22, was not resolved. I can say some of this maybe, I'm just going down some of my notes, that federal grants were not implemented. Therefore, students didn't get to benefit from it. As of March 2023, none of the $76,000 bump of the supplies in Title I had been expensed to the general ledger. Who's monitoring that? Accounting records have resulted in overdraw of funds and federal grants, and I've got some updates on that in some of these. FY23 general ledger activity for federal grants and general fund capital projects appear up to date. To move forward, though, the prior year balances have to be reconciled. And then some of the up to date was that as of our meeting on April 26th, I think analysis of the pre-K lottery funds on the general ledger were cleaned up, reversed prior year salary and benefit accruals, and reversed unearned revenue postings. Still were, I don't know that those have been resolved. Funds are gonna have to be returned to Godot in the following grants: fresh fruit and vegetables, Perkins, Title IV B, and Title VI B. You're gonna have to return funds on those, and the following funds are in a deficit cash and fund and have to be transferred on IDA, special education, and Title II. And that cash draws, we didn't have any as of the first of the year, but in GAORs are now at 175,000. But that's not even half the funds available to be drawn. The district's on modified invoice application, where you have to get prior approval. And you received approval in March for $50K in IDA funds for several ESSA and IDA grants, but none of them have been drawn down yet. there's still over half the CTA and Perkins funds remaining in the balance, and these grants expire in just over a month and a half. Your general ledger's getting cleaned up, and it's doing better, but still, we're not having those funds drawn down. And one of the things that we've discussed as a board is if those funds are not being drawn down, they're not being used to the benefit of those students who are the most vulnerable in the system. And that is very, very, very concerning to us. That those funds that are intended for those kids to help them get back on track and get caught up and get the education they deserve and need aren't making it to the student. They're not making it to those chairs, to those kids in those chairs. So I know I just went through a litany of different things, but that's what caused us as a body to say, we need to have a talk, because we've got to have a talk, because these kids deserve that opportunity to education. And looking at black and white on paper, there's a lot out there that could be being used to help them, but they're not getting it. That's what got us here. So, you have any thoughts or comments on that?
Well, again, sir, I am aware of the situation. We have taken steps politically, with personnel, and through policy procedures to make changes.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Swing.
Thank you, Superintendent, very much for being here, and your team as well. To the extent that, you know, we're hearing this information, and it's something that I know our board has been tracking for a while, how aware is your community about that situation with regard to, you know, everything that we're going through here today?
Very aware, sir. As I was making reference, our most of our entire board has changed out in the last year and a half. Matter of fact, we appointed a new board member, I believe at the last two meetings. The emphasis that we have now is twofold, is on our finances and on our safety issues that we've had in the community. So yes, we're very aware, taking a very hands-on approach to this. It's very troubling, and I will tell you that it can get away from you in a heartbeat, especially in a small situation where I have, we have basically about 500 kids. We're K through 12, one school under one roof. I am a superintendent. I think I am probably, at the last meeting, I think I'm probably the longest serving superintendent in the state right now. I know how to run schools. I worked for the Department of Justice in different things, so we know what to do, but it got away from us. And I would like to say that, again, I'd like to blame it on a lot of things, but it gets down to either you do or you don't. So right now, what we're facing is just getting this stuff, getting it back together, and getting things back to normal from not only the COVID, but from the safety things that we've been facing. And we understand, our community understands. But we serve our community well. We serve our kids well. We know every one of them's names.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you feel that you have all of the appropriate resources now to say, right the ship, so to speak?
When it comes to personnel, when you met TJ, he's young. We've had to, good, smart young man, and we've had to use the State Department's training. We've had to use every bit of help that we can get. We actually bring in folks and whatnot to help him. But in a small system, in rural systems, trying to bring in people that aren't educators to certain positions, whether it's finance, whether it's in our clinic with our nurses, things like that are very hard because we're very rural. Matter of fact, the person that was hired before TJ, when we lost our finance person, we had 2 applicants, and none of them had a college education, and this is for a financial director's job, and we pay quite well too. So what we had to do was we had to get TJ in, we had to educate him, and we had to make sure that he was somebody once that we educated that he would stay with us for a while. So we have financial resources, but sometimes actual personnel, like when we're talking about teachers right now, we have hired, I think at this point, 6, we need, I think, 14 teachers, and 6 of them are foreign teachers because we can't even get an application for math and science. So, again, we shouldn't have to be here, but we did. And so, what I would say is that if you ask for resources, I think the resources probably need to be put in the state's level so that folks like Mr. Woods, when we ask for help, can help us like that. I've got the money, but finding somebody.
I understand. I have a question for Superintendent. So, I realize that Godot is kind of in an audit capacity in this regard, but is there anything being in that role from an audit standpoint that prohibits us from lending assistance in this regard?
We have. Maybe now might be a good time. Amy, can you maybe give us an update of, or even of where we are with assistance or what we've done with assistance with them for the sake of some of the other board members? I know you and I have gotten a chance to talk a lot on this, but can you kind of give a little overview for some of the other board members?
We started in 2017 with excuse me, yes, sir. All right, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm the director of the Financial Review Division here at DOE, and we started in 2017 analyzing some balances of the federal grants on their general ledger provided analysis back then. So we have been working with that. In August of 2021, Dr. Cotrette requested our assistance, and since that time, we have been meeting fairly consistently, especially since TJ has come on board full-time in the finance director capacity. We have one financial review team member that meets with him virtually at least one day a week. They've been analyzing the general ledger and getting balances that have been rolled over for several years cleaned up. So starting with fiscal year 2023, the current year data is correct. Moving forward, that has resulted in some of the information that Mr. Royal shared with you guys earlier about some entries and some funds that have to be returned, basically due to not being able to reconcile prior year balances that were there over several years. So with our limited staff, we are providing as much assistance as possible, but to Dr. Cotrette's point, it's about doing the day-to-day work and then also going back and cleaning up, I guess, prior year errors and that kind of thing to bring us up into compliance 100%. And so they have hired a retired finance director from a neighboring district to assist as a consultant as well.
And that person has education experience?
That person retired probably with about 30 years as a finance director position at a rural district, yes. I'm not sure of the educational background, but she's very qualified. Yes, sir.
No further questions.
So, sir, if I may answer your question, I don't think that that there's a problem with procedure from the state or the way it's directed, if that was your question.
It wasn't. What we're trying to do is, say, walk through this procedure, where we're at and how do we get there? Because I say the last thing that we want to do as a board is to have to step in and take any corrective actions or do anything that's within our purview to do unless we see that the needs of the student are not getting served by its leadership. I mean, it's really boils down to that. And that, going through this, in this procedure in our audit committee. You've got committee of the whole pretty much right here, and our audit committee, that's why we, again, restating with what I read at the beginning of this is what's that we're looking at when we look down the list of counties that aren't submitting things on time, that aren't drawing down funds, because you mentioned, again, COVID and the issues. When we're looking at it, we're looking at a spreadsheet or a report of every district in the state of Georgia. There's a lot of Talbot counties out there. Actually, I'm guessing, 45 minutes from Columbus and 45 minutes from Macon. Some don't even have cities that close to be able to draw from or draw help from in there. And when we're looking at it, are they making the reports on time? What percentage of federal funds have they drawn down? Because that's one of the things we look at, because we want to make sure that those federal dollars are being drawn down and are being used and put to use in the classroom to help those students. When we look at that, the brutally honest answer is you're always at the bottom of the list.
Mm-hmm.
Have been for a while on those metrics.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's why I'm saying that black and white doesn't tell the whole story when you're dealing with kids in school systems. I'm a business guy that went on this board, I guess 13 years ago now, and I had to learn that. But that is the absolute truth. There are a lot of business principles that apply, tons. But at the end of the day, you're dealing with kids, and so that you can't apply all of them all the time. So that's part of why we're having this discussion. And reading the corrective action plan, honestly, I wasn't very impressed. It lacks detail or any specificity in the corrective action plan. Like 2 federal cash drawdowns, 204,000 were submitted for payment on February 16. Corrective action. The CFO and federal funds director will meet at the beginning of each fiscal year as determined necessary to set a percentage of funds to be expended before the grants are approved. This will allow funds to be expended and serve the students within a 12-month funding calendar. That correction action plan had nothing to do with this year and where we are. Zero. I am glad, and I want to go positive. Corrective action plan on 4, general ledger not reconciled due to errors from prior years. We just heard Talbot County has hired an external consultant to help with reconciling this, and we just heard some of the other, I won't get into all the other. That is very positive. That's a specific item. The budgets. The school did not submit an approval for federal programs budget until February. Again, federal programs budget finding significantly exceeds it says our approval of the federal funding budget to budget date in this finding, February 23, significantly exceeds the state deadline for LEA budget approval processes involving outside duties, high schools, federal program. I don't want to read it verbatim, but it doesn't really address the question of we don't even have really now, because we're in May. I don't know when your class calendar ends. I assume it's in May.
Mm-hmm.
It's for that cohort of students you've got right now. I'm spitballing it, but they didn't get 80% of the funds that were available to them. I mean, that's just a spitball guess when you look at over all the titles, over everything on there. And again, we said we were going to be honest. I find that unacceptable,
Mm-hmm.
completely unacceptable. And in their corrective action plan, I see no sense of urgency, none. I don't see a sense of urgency in there on what we can do. I don't know, maybe some of those funds could be used for summer school programs to assess where they are now. I know there's a lot of tools out there. I'm not a curriculum specialist by any stretch. My fellow board members, Helen's tried her best over the years. I've learned a lot, but I'm not a specialist. I know there's tests out there that could probably be used. There's assessment tools out there that could probably be used to assess those 500, you said 500 students. That's not a big number, We could probably get those children assessed on where they are on reading and math, and have summer school programs devoted to them that our staff, I'm sure, would jump on and try to get budgeted and try to get done to have those children get as much as they can to get caught up to have the best opportunity for success next year. I don't see that in your corrective action plan. I'm not gonna.
Sir, we have had summer school since I've been there. Summer school is already scheduled. We know where our kids are. We know where they are educationally. I said we had a 97.6 graduation rate before the COVID.
That's incredible. That is
I'm just
incredible.
telling you, we're a damn good school. And damn good school system.
Thank
Sir.
you for coming, by the way. I'm Jason Downey, and we have communicated via email.
Yes, sir, I know.
appreciate you all coming.
Thank you, sir.
And I have driven through your fine town many times from Macon on the way to Columbus, and I understand that there are challenges that rural systems have, and with the size system that you have, and I understand that. I also understand that you've had, I don't even know how to really describe it any better than what you did. I mean, a lot of challenges, political challenges, and it's very difficult to find the right fit for people to help, and I understand that. I'm trying to understand as we move forward, because, I mean, we can keep looking at the past. We're here today to try to figure out what we need to do moving forward to help you. And I know that you've said there are some changes that have recently happened. And I just want to kind of walk through the timeline. I know you said you have new board members.
Yes.
I know you said you have new personnel.
Yes, sir.
And that's unique to this corrective action plan. And I think that's what makes this one a little bit different from anything in the past. And I just want to kind of know, walking forward, like, let's say 3 months from now, where do you plan to be? 6 months from now, where do you plan to be? I mean, we'd love to not have to call you back and say, tell us what we can do to help again. We'd love to be able to say, you know what, look at that list. Talbot's not there anymore. And so I want you to kind of maybe go a year back from today, kind of walk me through what changes have happened in your system from month to month, and then what, let's say, the next 3 months.
Well, the thing about it is, first of all, being a Board of Education, you know that we can't talk about personnel.
Absolutely. And I don't want anything specific like that. I don't want names named.
Well, here's the deal. We got some personnel that needed to be changed.
Okay.
We were hindered very greatly by our COVID and our community's response and how we had to deal with that. Like I say, I'm an experienced superintendent.
Yeah.
I've run big systems before. It's a small town. Politics play a big role in everything. What we had to do was we had to get to a point that things had to change in the finance office. And we had to change them politically, the personnel, and then through the way that we actually did business.
Can I ask you something? I don't want to, I hate to interrupt you, but
No, go ahead,
you
sir.
keep well, I mean, we're all creatures of politics. Obviously, we're here for a reason,
Yes, sir.
okay? So I just want to be very frank with you. When you keep saying there were political issues, was it dysfunction on your board?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that, believe me, that's all you need to say. Okay, but
But remember, I have to go back and face the community.
I understand. I understand.
Come on now.
I understand that.
Come on.
Listen, I was on the Mid-County Board of Education about 10 years ago. You want to talk about dysfunction?
Yes, sir.
All right, I lived it, so I understand. So,
All right, so we basically had a choice. We had to either get to the point that we had to make lots of changes, not only educationally, but in the central office, in the finance office. And I had a choice. Either I could stick and make those choices and let this place grow, get back to where we were, or I could have resigned. Plenty old enough to. But I wasn't gonna do that. I wasn't gonna let the kids that I love, people I cared about, do that. So we made a choice. These people right here that you're looking at, whatever it takes, we're gonna get this thing back on place. And Ms. Epps and I, we've been together now for 10 years. And our thing is that before we walk out the door, we're gonna deliver Talbot County back to the days when we were riding high. When the graduation rate was good, money was good, winning championship basketball, and not getting shot at in the school. Now, that's what it comes down to. Now, am I embarrassed after I answer Mr. Rawls' questions? Sure I am. Do I ever get nervous when I talk to folks? No, but I'm as nervous as a kitty now. Just telling you. Now, I will tell you this, that anybody else you bring up here, it's scary. It's scary.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, do you see, because I mean, there's some stuff that has to be tackled, and we get that. How much, and you can give me a percentage, okay? Like 3 months from now, the issues. What do you think? Where do you see yourself in 3 months? Where do you see yourself in 6 months? I mean, that's all. I think that's all we need. We just need to know.
Let me explain something to you. Since we're smaller,
Yeah.
in our central office, I have a secretary, I have TJ, I have a federal foods person, and personnel. Now, that means we have a lot of work.
Right.
But it also means that we're free and easy to move quicker and faster than most folks. I'm gonna be honest with you, I hope in 3 months that all this accounting stuff that we're working with Amy will be done.
Right.
In 6 months, I hope that any new procedures that we need to set up, we will recognize, put in place, and get done.
And you've
In
got
a
the
year
personnel
from
you
now,
need for that, right?
I want Mike to call me back up here and tell me what a damn good job.
And you've got
That
the
good enough?
tools.
That's good enough.
You
That's
you
fair.
now have, and you didn't, but you now have the tools to do that.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're telling us.
Yeah.
That you've
Yeah,
got
no,
what-
we've
right.
got,
I-
and again, don't blame them.
Mm.
It's me. I'm the one that's supposed to do it. I'm the superintendent. I'm held accountable. And that's fine with me.
Well, let me propose something to you.
Okay?
And Mr. Chair, you can let me know what you think of this. I would love for y'all to visit us in November. And we can take a look at what has happened with
Love to.
those 6 months. Because you're gonna have a fiscal year turn, a
Right.
new budget, you're gonna have a new FTE count, a new school year rolling out. And we can see, and knock on wood, another pandemic will not occur. So this will be a fresh 6 months, end of year, beginning of year, fiscal year, everything. And we can see if the personnel changes, if the board changes, if everything you've been trying to do is going along the right way. And maybe you've got it figured out by then. If not, you may be 85, 90% of the way there, and we can offer a few tips to help you get to the 100%. But that's sort of what I'm thinking is maybe in November, we hear
We'll
from
shake
you
hands
again.
on that.
Okay.
Is that good?
That's
Mike,
right.
what do you think?
I think that sounds incredible. Because what I hear now out of you is a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
In that. And you said something else at the beginning of it that really, really helps. And again, I see we're looking at black and white and paper, but there's your kids coming through. You know every one of those kids' names.
Yes, sir.
That is as important as just about anything, because a lot of those kids that are walking through that door, that's the most stable relationship they have. They're gonna get the best meal of the day that they have.
Well, and I think that's right. I don't like to put things on things, but over the last, especially last year, we've had violence. We've had a rivalry between Meriwether County. Our point guard, their point guard, went to a party. Their point guard's got 7 bullets in his back. It's been a year. Nobody's locked up. Since then, our police department has locked up 10 kids, aged 14 to 24, who had shot over 2,400 shell casings into houses in our neighborhood. We have one woman that was shot in the head while she slept. We have 2 more people that's been hit. And as little as last week, we had another house shot up. Our school has been on lockdown for 2 whole months. We can't let kids go out front. We have sheriff's cars following the buses home. So
That is,
Yeah.
that's incredible, and not in a good way.
Yeah.
That's not the,
So you asked me if I worry about the money, or you worry about Martha getting shot in the head? I'm worried about her. So,
Well,
that's it, guys.
I just wanna say I appreciate you all coming as a team, and that means a lot. That's not just you, it's your team, and I appreciate that. And I want you to know that I'm gonna be praying for you all every day.
Thank you, sir.
And I know that 6 months from now, when you come back, we're gonna have some good stories to talk about.
Yes, sir.
And he'll leave you alone, I promise.
you become good cop and I
The only
became
thing
bad.
I wanna say is,
That's how it works.
is you don't wait till you need to kick my butt to bring me up here,
No,
for goodness sakes.
That's why you're coming back in November.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
But I
hope,
mean, bring other superintendents up, listen, but
We
say,
have.
take a few minutes.
we have,
Yeah, but so we don't hear about it.
yeah, you don't, but we have, we call them prayer meetings in our little, but you know what comes good out of a prayer meeting? Miracles.
Yeah.
And prayers answered. And I am not someone, I believe everything happens for a reason.
Yes,
And
sir.
I believe the last few minutes of this conversation have been more about why this meeting happened than the front part of this meeting.
Right.
And I'm wondering right now of those federal funds, what could be used for SRO potentially? Have any of these issues been addressed with our right across the street, with Chris Carr and or our GBI? Because this has risen to the point of unacceptable as well. To what we've said, and then I said it and you gave me a hallelujah, if a kid goes to school and they're not, because of something going on outside the school, they're not ready to learn.
School safety.
Is the school safe? If it's not, if they don't see it and you know they're back to the, you know your name, if it's not a welcoming, comfortable environment where they're ready to learn, they're not going to.
So, you know, until this happened, I wouldn't let my SROs carry guns because I didn't want my kids to think that they had to be governed by somebody with a gun. Now, I'm a Second Amendment right guy, but I don't like guns. And I don't think kids need to be around guns. But now, every one of them carries a gun. I have doubled and tripled my SRO folks. And last month, I probably spent close to $10,000 just in extra folks. I'm talking about hiring people to.
Sure.
And so the thing that we're facing now is, and I might get emotional about it.
It's all right. If you
is
don't get
graduation. How do I get my kids to have a graduation?
If you don't get emotional about this, I don't want to be your friend. I'm not saying that flippantly. I don't want to be your friend.
Mike,
I
Yes,
think,
ma'am.
can I say something?
I think we need to.
Can I say something just, you know, it takes courage to do what you've done and to bare your soul and to tell us the really nitty gritty that's going on within the system. I admire that. I understand where you're coming from because safety and concern for your school to be safe and your people is first thing.
Right.
So I'm not sure, and I think you hit something, Mike. I'm not sure where these funds, you know, there are always these things that we can look at and say, is there a way to put something in place because of circumstances that we have no control over? So I hope that we can help in that way too. Amy, I'm just looking at you to see if there's any way
We'll talk.
some of that would.
We'll get
Okay.
online.
we'll get,
Yeah,
But
we'll
I
get that.
appreciate that, and I appreciate you having those feelings of caring and concern and bringing them to the audit committee and to us. Because now we have a point of reference where to go from, and I think we'll all be praying for you, for the sake of your school, for your people who work there, and just,
He had his hand up first.
and just the knowledge that
Thank you, ma'am.
will come. So thank you.
We'll pray that we can have graduation for the kids so that they can come and be normal.
Yes.
All right. One more question, or
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
What type of community engagement involvement do you have to coalesce the community around the needs of the school and the students in the school to bring about the level of safety that you want for your children, not just in the classroom, but also outside of the school and in the home, for the community to be actively engaged and involved for the mental and physical safety of the students.
Well, that's our thing now, is that we're telling our community that we have to get together and decide that this stuff is not gonna happen. If we accept it, then it becomes the norm. And that's what's scaring me to death. This cannot become the norm in our community. We have to go back to where people are safe to walk up and down the street, that we can have school, that I can have a ball game without worried about somebody being shot up, that my athletes can practice without armed guards on the field. Now, we're working hard on that. Community involvement. We have safety meetings, probably at least twice a week with the community. All the social work that we can. We actually have a deal where when we need it, we bring in private counselors after a shooting or after something happens, because we don't have the staff to handle it all, if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, last one.
Thank you again. And like Chairman Downey and Frank here, we have Nick on the line, I believe, as well, who served on local boards. You know, we're well aware of the training requirements, and I know that you've had some recent changes in the board and so forth. So what's the status of their training, and particularly with this finance component, more so than anything else?
Matter of fact, yesterday, Georgia School Board Association came down and they did a film about our board and about the way that we've handled the situations we've had. From the tornado that happened a couple of years ago that wiped out most of the town, the rubble is still there, to how we've handled shootings, to everything. So we're hoping that maybe we'll get to be a board of distinction, because we train. The good board is a trained board. So yes, very important.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good question.
All right, there's nothing further from any of us. Well, we're praying for you. You've got my mind going on additional conversations with staff, wrapping around some additional either and services and or resources. And we will look forward to hopefully a graduation and having you back in November to give us an update, and hopefully you get a damn good job.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate it, and appreciate the effort, and I appreciate you bearing with me. It's been the greatest gift of my life to serve these kids. I could have went home years ago, live on Dolphin Island, Alabama. And I like the Gulf.
Yeah, nice.
But the need that these kids have, hopefully what little skills that I have, will help. And I cannot leave them until we get this done. And I appreciate y'all bearing with us. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you for having me.
All right, with nothing else before the audit committee, the audit committee is adjourned.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate that, and thank you all again for attending, and we appreciate what you're doing. It's tough, but we appreciate you, and we'll be praying for you, and we know you're gonna do the right things, so keep at it. I appreciate your passion. I think we all do, so thank you. So we will now move on to State Schools Committee, and Ms. Kennemore, Chair of State Schools Committee, do we want to take a quick 5-minute break? Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Let's come back at 2:50. It is sweltering hot in the room. Grab some water, use the restroom if you need to. Got some conversations going on, kids here. All right, Ms. Kennemore, and then pass it on to Dr. Moore.
Dr. Moore, you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. We certainly are. I'd like to introduce Jack Johnson. He's our new superintendent of the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf. I know some of you have seen him when you went to our exhibition basketball game, but I know through prior commitment, some of you could not have attended that. So he's going to be here and he's going to tell you some of the great things he's doing at a school. You heard from me, I think, back in March about that, and he's just going to add some anecdotal information to some of the great things that he's making happen at that particular school. One thing I want to circle back to, and by the Smoky Powell Center, we'll get to that later in the presentation, but it was the 750K, the interpreting. Some of you had questions about that. That came from, we were usually about $250,000 on interpreting services. There are about 3 in the state of Georgia, and they all compete with each other. We've got 2 amazing ones here in front of us. And so they'll work with each other and those types of things. It's lucky who you get. A lot of it depends upon when you request them. If you request them at the last minute, you might get a certain level of interpreter. You might be looking for someone that has American Sign Language experience in science. That's a little bit harder than if you're just coming up here presenting a typical sort of meeting. So there's lots of layers to that. And so one of the things that our superintendent ASD, Jack, is doing is trying to think outside of the box of how do we leverage some of these interpreters to help. Jack himself will rely on interpreters because we model that. We want good interpreting for him to happen so that he understands and he's actively involved in what's going on, and it's very clear of what he's expressing to you, which is, you can imagine what that means to our students at that school. They see someone that is deaf and hard of hearing. They see someone who has risen up to the level that he's at, and he's running such a massive program and doing it very well. Again, as we said before, it's Jack's first year, so there's lots of learning curves when you move from out of state to here, and we've got great folks at this agency that are working with him hand in hand every day to make sure that he is a success. So the 750K, that was about 250 ordinarily. We add another 250 in for Jack and some other things. That's also inclusive of if we're looking at content teachers. We are on our 3rd, I've been calling them retreat. We call them level up meetings now. Because that means they're going to be ongoing. A retreat is just a maybe once in a quarter thing. And in that meeting, one of the things we're taking a hard look at ourselves, and that's why I truly can commiserate with the gentleman that was here before us, the superintendent. It's easy to feel like when you're I know you all so well, so I know you're not attacking me. But when you're up here and you're feeling like you're defending yourself, and you all did a great job of diffusing that, of how are you leveraging information, the resources, even though they may seem limited, to get where you need to get. I've been there and I've done that when it was just me by myself trying to recreate these entire schools. And so one thing Ms. Kennemore asks is that I reach out to the gentleman to see if there's anything I can do to help. I'll make sure you all get an agenda of what we just used yesterday at our level up agenda, a meeting that we had here. And what I do is I pull our leaders in. I could feel the weight on the prior superintendent of the buck does stop with him as it does stop with me. But that doesn't mean you don't leverage people like Jack and his expertise to come in. I can't solve everything by myself. That's why you all are here to help me remove barriers and those types of things. And so we're on a 3rd one now. And when I send that to you, and again, Ms. Kennemore's seen it, and I think Matt Jones has seen it at this point. Oh, you did? Okay, thank you. It's revolutionary in the topics that we're addressing, because if you were to hit the topics that you'll see in front of you on the agenda, and again, this is just the 3rd one, that by proxy, some of these other things are going to fall into place. Sure, you're not going to be able to clone teachers. You're not going to be able to do those types of things, but there's lots that we can do as a team internally, and I think they had 500 students in that system, so we have 300. All of ours are with IEPs, and so we have to collaborate with one another and tear down those silos to make it work. I'm not familiar with that school system is, but I appreciate what Ms. Kennon Moore said. I certainly will reach out to that gentleman, and maybe he can come to one of our future meetings, or his staff can. All of them are welcome to come and see what we're doing, because I do see a lot of similarities in where they are, because that is your first inclination, is to get up there, and y'all have heard it from other staff. We get up here and we say, oh, but they don't get to us till late. Y'all have not heard me say that in years, because we've moved past that. We've moved into the realm of solutions. That will only get us so far. And he's dealing with some real world things, the superintendent that was here, people being arrested, schools not feeling safe. We all can completely understand that. But there's lots of things, and I'm not preaching to him. I'm saying this to me. This is Kenny holding up a mirror to Kenny, is that I can't do this work alone. I need people that I depend upon. I need to be able to have people that I trust to tell me, well, Kenny, that's, one of you said it, how's that working out for you? They are very open to tell me that, and I want them to. I like hiring people that are smarter than me, have no qualms about that at all. We all see things differently. And out of something like that happened yesterday, there's beauty, because we come up with things that you never could come up with by yourself. We come up with things of how do we collaborate with local school systems that are surrounding our schools. Just brilliant, brilliant things that I never could have done just, again, by myself. So we'll move through this, because I know you all have had a long day today, and you'll have a long day tomorrow as well. You all have seen this mission statement. There's nothing super unique about this compared to what other mission statements you've seen me present before. This is just the outcome of, again, of a third meeting together, of fine-tuning what we expect to happen. And again, you're going to see more and more over the coming months of how we're going to focus more on content. Lots of changes with the PSC. We had long talks yesterday about how you can be a special ed consultative teacher. That's one of my backgrounds. That means I have to be tethered to a teacher of record that is content specific. But what we're finding is these people are put in classrooms sometimes without having that teacher of record tethered to them. Our grace is that we're not funded that way. I think if we were, it might have been captured a bit differently. So how do we leverage that? How do we leverage someone at Jack School that might be a special ed consultative teacher that's in science, middle school? But we have a fully credentialed science teacher that's at the Georgia School for the Deaf. If there's something that can happen virtually, again, given our small group of people. So I think there's lots of ways we can think out of the box to address that. So that is concluding the mission part. So the agenda today, school update. Jack's going to go first to talk about the great things he's doing compared to things I showed you last time. I'm going to update you all on the Smokey Powell Center. I know we have a lot of new board members here. This is a flagship program of ours that I don't want you all to lose sight of, primarily because you all have fiduciary responsibility for the $3.5 million that go along with this. So that's a big thing for you to know. And again, you saw the plan for that today in the budget. And that's why I want you to know some of the historical perspective about how that came to be. I want to talk to you about our transition data. Many of you will be going to our graduations. I want you to know holistically, can't tell you names of students, but when you're there, you can ask somebody, hey, what are you doing? And you'll see that it corroborates with each other. What are we doing after they graduate? And then I will reiterate what our graduation dates and times and locations are for your convenience in case you're able to join any of those events. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jack. What's that button here?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name's Jack Johnson. I'm the school level superintendent for the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf. And first, if you can't hear the interpreter, please let me know that, okay? We'll make sure we're all good with that. Today, I'm signing using American Sign Language. It's a beautiful language, and I think more people need to see it. It's a full and complete language with its own syntax, its own grammar, separate from other languages. It is not English. There's not a lot of direct translation there. So I'm signing today in part. I want you to see the language being used. but you also, some of you know that I can speak verbally as well. But I do love American Sign Language, so that's what I'm going to be using right now. And I'd like to say thanks to my interpreters, David and Dean, for interpreting for us today. Dr. Moore requested me, or that I would make some comments or a little update about how things are going at the school, what's going on at the school. And I wanted to show you some visuals, some pictures as part of that process. You know, and I also want to read something that I wrote for our yearbook, just a little excerpt, a quote from that I think captures the spirit of my message, and certainly for this school year. It helps to understand the processes that we're facing at school level, because Dr. Moore already presented a lot of the data, a little more of the specifics of what's been going on at the school and what we've been addressing and how we've been focusing our energies. So that's been given, how we support the students and how we support the staff. And I'll start with a quote. A journey of 1,000 tomorrows begins today. And you'll see that there are some pictures on the screens. You'll see those, as well as, I'll continue to speak, but please take advantage of it and take a look at those pictures that are there. My first year as superintendent at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf has passed quickly. I mean, the year has gone by so fast, and it's been a lot of fun. I mean, really has been a lot of fun. I have enjoyed it. It's been great. I've loved every moment of it. The staff has been wonderful. They've been amazing. I see a lot. You know, we all want to see our students thrive, and I see that desire among our staff. And you know, they all have a variety of experiences that they bring to our students to give them understanding and a holistic view of the world so that they're prepared when they leave our school. And the students are also pretty amazing. They're really great. They bring so much joy to all of us, and obviously they're the reasons that we're working. They're the reasons we're here. I had one person ask me, what's so special about the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf? And I kind of would like to share that with you. What makes our school special is we give our students the same experience that their hearing counterparts in public schools enjoy. And when I say that, I mean they have total access to language and communication in that environment. And in the field of deaf education, we all know, we understand that, you know, a lot of their knowledge and their learning, we understand how that benefits them in the development of it and the needed experiences for that. But there's also a lot of incidental learning that takes place. It's not all just direct instruction. And a lot of deaf and hard of hearing children miss that incidental learning when they're out in the world because they do not hear, obviously. So they miss out on that. So at a school like the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf, everyone's using American Sign Language. And that holistically helps our kids develop and gives them access to conversations in their environment on a daily basis, so they can also enjoy that incidental learning. And that whole environment that's accessible to them increases their own learning like tenfold. because they have that access, as opposed to just thinking about just direct instruction. And I'm gonna, you have to think about how you learn. We learn so much from hearing other conversations and things in our environment that are not directed to us. So our students miss that when they're out in the general population. But in our school where everybody's signing, they have access and can learn from that. So it's not just direct instruction. Incidental learning is often lost or limited for deaf and hard of hearing children. And quite honestly, that same holds true for deaf and hard of hearing adults. There are things that are missed in the environment because they physically aren't able to access them. So every adult, you, me, all of us, we all used to be kids at one time, right? So we had dreams for our futures. And every one of us is on our own journey. We're all traveling our own road to those aspirations and those dreams. And sometimes our dreams change. As we get older, as we mature, we learn about more possibilities. And in that process, these are all the things that makes the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf special. AASD is a place where students realize that they can dream, that they can have aspirations, and that they can grow to their potential. Our students at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf are often, for them, that's the first place where they don't feel like an outsider. They feel a part of, and their environment feels a part of them. So it gives them a sense of belonging. That's the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf does that. It gives them a sense of belonging and a sense of community. And AASD, they have a lot of role models who are deaf and hard of hearing adults that help to guide these young deaf and hard of hearing children on their journey towards their dreams and aspirations. And as superintendent for the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf, it's an honor for me to be one of those role models for those deaf and hard of hearing children or students. And growing up as a deaf child, I always knew, or I had only seen myself, only 2 deaf adults. But they gave me a glimpse of what was possible for me as a deaf person. So when I graduated high school, I was mainstreamed into a larger deaf community. I became part of a larger deaf community. And so my world and my dreams opened up and became bigger at that point. I realized I had more options and more available to me. And in realizing that set me on my journey, and I first started as a teacher. And now many years later, I've become superintendent of a school. Every child at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf has aspirations. They have things they want to achieve in life. And they're also becoming part of the deaf community. And that deaf community opens up doors, it opens up their world and their perception of that world and their aspirations in that world. I'd like to show you a real brief video. It's 2 high school students that have developed this, and they won the first place in the career instruction, the career and technical instruction conference that was held last month. And this video has no sound, so there are captions, but if you will, you can watch the video. It's brief. So we currently have, well, just that video obviously shows a lot of the struggles that our students face in terms of communication, participation, and how, but more importantly, I think it shows how they feel. It shows that frustration and as well as that sense of belonging. At the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf, we've been working on creating opportunities to recruit teachers and staff, recruit and retain, I should say, and using the different resources that we can to bring to our school to benefit the school. We're working with, as Dr. Moore said, we're working with as a team in a collaborative effort to both with the community as well as with internal staff and central office. Our goal is that we strengthen our community to strengthen the outcomes for our students, while at the same time addressing the individual needs. That's the I in the IEP, the individual needs of all of our students. So we're working collaboratively with one another and towards a shared vision. The Division of State Schools, being supported obviously by Dr. Moore and his team in our vision for the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf. Also supported, as I said, central office, but the purpose is we have that support from that level for the school at the school level. And so there are different kinds, we're kind of reframing our leadership model. Instead of a top-down approach to leadership, we're seeing a more flat, collaborative level approach. And I think we feel that we have the support in those three areas of program development, and having accomplices in that. And I'm confident that going through this collaborative approach, as well as that collaborative leadership approach, we will see success through staff, the Superintendent Woods, the State Board of Education, and the Department of Ed. All of us together, I do feel that we're going to thrive as a school. And I want to thank you so much. I'm very, very grateful for the support that you have given. Support for me and our school and the program overall. Our students, thank you. So, thank you all very much.
And so partly, hopefully, you're walking away with this understanding that one of the things that Superintendent Woods has tasked the agency with, and it really beams throughout all of these slides here, is we're redoing our culture at our state schools. And when we've had that culture document that Superintendent Woods has created that we're sharing with all of our staff at our state schools, once you get that culture in place, many, many things can fall in line with that because it raises expectations. There's commonality in what you're expecting from students, from staff, and you could see that in the pictures, and he presented this in a very visual format, but that's what we're getting at, is building that culture, and we're all speaking the same language when we're working with each other across teams. Even though our schools are 200 miles apart, you'll be hearing the same terminology that you would hear at all three of our schools. One thing that I wanted to move into, some of you mentioned our Smoky Powell Center plan, just to update those of you that have joined us recently and are not familiar with this $3.5 million that we have, 3.2 now. Basically, in 2006, Mr. James Emery Smoky Powell was a beer distributor, very famous in Georgia, very lucrative, and on his deathbed, he had two wills. One, the money was going to the Georgia County for the Blind. One, the money was going towards the Center for the Visually Impaired, who did good work as well. And because if they were being contested, and not to offend any lawyers that might be around the table, but we could have been in court and it really would have made a dent in that money. So we split the money and we each walked away with a good chunk of it, and we've done marvelous things. And so as we're using this money this current year, even as we're kind of dealing with COVID closing out, 85 LEAs were supported. And with that, we're giving students like with the mobile audiology, the sound checks, with these students, they're coming to an optometrist and ophthalmologist getting tested on site. We've got equipment that can roll around to local school systems that, particularly, that's why I love the rural program that Superintendent Woods and you all have helped create. How can we better support them? We've got lots of like coastal regions, RISA, that actually will ask for us to come down there, and they'll reimburse us our travel. We're glad to do that. That's awesome. And so I expect that program to grow. And basically what we're going to do is put assistive technology that these students need in their hands. And we've evolved a long time since we got this money all those years ago, that at the end of the year, if this device is working for them, we've created a depreciated value schedule with our accounting office here within the agency, that if it's working for them, they can buy it from us. The school system can buy it and they can use it. And then when they move on, Voc Rehab, if they go on to college, can buy the newest model and those types of things. Because that will help them get really trained on one type of a piece of equipment, get very familiar, and more importantly, very comfortable with using it so that they can be very successful. So sustainability, how do we do this when I just said that the other agency that we split the money with back in 2006, they ran through their money. And they did it it's a private firm, private nonprofit, so we had no control over them. We didn't run through it because of you all. And for the new board members, it was because of the current people, the ones that have been here a long time. We wanted to. God knows we wanted to. We asked for lots of things, didn't we? And y'all said, don't do it. We advised, don't do it. And stemming from not doing it, as we moved through the years, the money got put over into the foundation. It was sitting here in our coffers in state government earning nothing. Moved it over there in its portfolio base, so we're getting a good interest on that. And that's why when we ask these asks you see here, but yet you see our sustainability will carry us another 12 more years, even if you approve this. That's fantastic. So as of right now, all things being equal, we've exceeded 24 years of service to students in Georgia when no one expected that we would. It's because typically you give this kind of money, you think you're going to burn through it. We've made the decision that's not going to happen. And particularly we made decisions, we have lots of school systems, property tax and things, everybody could probably handle more money, but we're looking at the rural areas, the places that really need this kind of support, and shore that up. It's not going to serve us well if some of these very wealthier and influential LEAs come and ask for help, and then we're devoting all of our resources to them, and we're neglecting some of these other ones that they barely have it enough together to help kids. And so that's where we're going with Smoky Powell. So we can see that it's going to last a long time. And again, kudos to you all for helping us realize if we do it the way that you all have instructed. Again, a lot of good business minds in this group and always have been. You all have helped us manage our expectations that if we do it the right way, we can benefit for kids from years and decades to come. And so that part is always exciting to us. Post-secondary outcomes. I do this with you all every year. What are our students going to be doing when they graduate this month? We have 38 students that are graduating. At ASD, we have 6 students that are going to go to college and university, 11 that are going to be employed, 1 that's going to be in supported work environment, Voc Rehab program. Those are students probably when we implement their transition plan, that's their only option, which is a success for that individual child. Again, we can never forget the word individualize in IEP. At GAB, 7 going to college and university, 7 employed, and 1 in Voc Rehab or the supported work environment. GSD, 2 college, one trade school, probably be making more money than all of us, as superintendent said at another meeting. That's a great avenue to go and support. And then we have 2 supported work environment and voc rehab programming. And so you'll see on here that all of our students are engaged after graduation. We talk a lot about literacy, and we know we're going to talk a lot about it more as the laws have passed. But one of the things I hold myself to is I'm sitting in that audience, and I'm Superintendent Woods, and many of you go to these graduations. I know what those 3rd grade reading stories have been telling me since I've known that kid since he could barely crawl. I watch what he's doing or she's doing when they walk across stage. Are they meeting any one of these areas? If they are, that's a success for all of us that we should be very proud of. And so I'm excited to let you know that of the 38 graduates. So these are the graduation dates. You've probably seen them before. Tuesday, May 16th at 2 at the Georgia School for the Deaf up in Cave Spring. That's their graduation. Saturday, May 20th, that's Jack's school at 10 a.m. in the gym. And Jack and his staff chooses to do that because it's Metro Atlanta. It's the biggest way to pull people together there at his school. He's found that works for him. Georgia Academy for the Blind is May 25th at 11 in their gym. And then if any of you are wanting to attend, I know a few of you already reached out to me, just reach out to me. And I'm sorry about the punctuation at the end, grammar. Just reach out to me and let me know you're coming, because we'd like to recognize you all. Oftentimes, well, I'm gonna just say it, I shouldn't have said it, but oftentimes if you let me know you're coming, you're gonna sit in a place of honor that's probably up on the stage where those burning lights are on you. I'm not trying to detract from you going, but it's such a special occasion, because when you see these students, no matter which school, and they walk across that stage and you realize that many of them, it's taking them 23 years to get across that stage. It's so moving, and it makes everything, every sacrifice we've made all year long absolutely worth it. All of our meetings together, the tough conversations we all have as a team, my team, it makes it worth it when we see what these students are doing once they graduate and they leave our state schools. So I've got my contact up there, Jack's contact up there. I'll send this PowerPoint to Jerry, make sure you all get this. And again, we've learned a lot from the last presenter, the others that were here today. Anything that we can learn to leverage and help each other helps all children. We're not going to sit here cloistered to ourselves and say, oh, we got this going on and that. If we can help anybody, that's what we're built to do, or else none of us probably would have went into this profession, and none of you certainly would be spending your time around this extremely important table here, driving and informing instruction and learning for students throughout the state. So that's all I have right now, but if you have a few minutes for questions, feel free to open the floor to me or Jack or anyone.
Anyone? Any questions?
I'd just like to say thank you for what y'all do. It's amazing. And I've been here 13 years, like Mike said, and this has just been amazing to see everything that has evolved. And thank you, Jack, for your service also.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How did the trip to Washington, D.C. go?
Oh.
It was good. It was good. One big takeaway that we got from that, I spoke with Gallaudet University, and they're as a deaf education institution, wanting to know what challenges they were facing. And they told me that the number of future educators that are going into school right now that are intended to become teachers has gone down to 30%. That's a 70% reduction compared to pre-COVID. So we are faced with a smaller pool of teachers to draw from. So, however, we met a lot of people, and one of the most common questions that the students asked was, do you have paid internships? Do you have paid internships? So with that, I think a lot of people are asking that question, it seems, getting that.
And on the agenda that Ms. Kenmore sent to you all, there are a number of people that in there, they are in higher ed or they've retired, and some of them are world renowned, like Dr. Susan Easterbrook. She's phenomenal. We're trying to, again, build that pipeline from early intervention, from Dr. Heidi. Evans, Jacobs that you know, from Georgia Pines, all the way up to post-secondary outcomes, including college. And so that's the pipeline that we're trying to build. And again, it's getting the right people at the table, and sometimes we're gonna mess up. Hopefully more times than not, we're not gonna mess up. But we do want to create plans and work that many of you can share with your constituents in your areas. And as I always close these out, that if we don't do everything perfectly, we try really hard, but if we can do this level of work, there's no excuse that any school system and any LEA in Georgia can't try to tackle this in all sincerity, not make excuses about why things aren't working, especially considering the amount of funding that you all are so generous in helping us get into our hands. And again, we know money doesn't fix everything. I'd rather invest it in people than money any day. And we know that's easier said than done, especially now. But we could not do this work without you. So I'm gonna turn the thank you around to you all and say thank you. So with that said, any other questions, I'll let you all go. Sound good? Okay.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the statements.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you all so much. Great
Thank
things
you, sir.
happening. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes all the business of all of the committees. It's the first time in a while we've had every single committee that met in one day. So it's been a long day. We've gotten a lot of good things done. And we will meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for our regular committee of the whole board meeting. And at 3:33 p.m. on Wednesday, May 10th, 2023, we are adjourned.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Bye, Nick.